Alright, let's get the chat pulled out and we get started. Gotta get my ears on. Gotta get my ears on. Now I can hear the fingers. Alright, good. Got a new follow over YouTube chat look at all them red pills. I have no idea what you're talking about, Wade. No, I didn't see whatever tweet you tagged me in. No idea what you're talking about. Yeah, you told me things were canceled, and so I was doing family stuff all night last night. Oh, bookmark. I hate that stuff. We won't tell anybody here. We won't tell anybody. You're almost always sneaking into work and all of it. We won't tell anybody. Oh. One other thing. Hello, friend. Sorry, one more thing. Yeah, I did, Wade. I've got an article over that. Yeah. That was the one thing I was mad about. One thing I was a little upset about not getting to do a show yesterday, but I couldn't miss the chance to go do that show with Blue Diamond Phillips and get the chance to ask him some questions and stuff like that. Could not resist that. Could not resist that. I hope you'll forgive me. Oh, all right. Let's get started. Well, there's a couple of extra things I can pull out. All right. Camera turned on. Rock and roll. And I haven't done an 11 a.m. show in forever. Of course I'm going to do it. All right, let's rock and roll. I'll do it. How we doing today, guys? It's Jesse with the Common Nerd, bringing you pop culture and all things nerdy through a common sense lens. And welcome back to How Bad Could It Be Today, boys and girls? Pop culture news at random times when the world is burning down. I apologize for not being able to get out to you guys yesterday, but we had a really great time over on Latino Slants channel. He had Lou Diamond Phillips, boys and girls, which you'll probably know from La Bamba or Young Guns or a million other things that he has been. Stargate Universe, boys and girls, like he's been all over the place and a lot of different things. So Paulie was kind enough to let some of his members come on and ask a question, and so I could not miss the chance to jump on that. So it was a really good time. I hope you guys get a chance to go check the replay out on that. Paulie's YouTube stuff has all been straightened out. He is all good to go and everything's all straightened out, but he's also on Rumble as well on the Green Machine. So if you guys get a chance, go show Paulie some support over there on the Green Machine as well. Would love to see him get some growth over there. That would be absolutely fabulous. But yeah, that was really cool yesterday, getting ready to talk to him about that. And I'm going to ask Paulie if I can clip that at my little section out and maybe turn it into something for like the Facebook page or something as well. Because another update, like things went, I started uploading our shorts and our videos over to Facebook, and things have gone absolutely insane. One of our reels, one of our shorts over Hayden Panettiere that we put on all of the rest of our platforms last week went absolutely insane. Over on Facebook. I haven't checked out the final tally, but the last time I looked, it was almost to 80,000 views, which is the most views I've gotten on anything ever. So I always say, boys and girls, be everywhere. If you're a content creator, be everywhere. You never know when something might take off. I literally gained like 700 new followers from that one reel. So praise be to the Lord. That's absolutely insane. So also that as well, we are going to be revitalizing the Common Nerds 2 channel. And we're going to put some videos over there try that for about a month and see how things go over there, because honestly, we live stream way too much on this channel. And the videos just aren't going anywhere. The shorts are still doing good, so you'll keep seeing our shorts over here on this channel. But as far as our long form video content, we're going to put those back over on the Common Nerds 2 channel. So we'll talk about that here in a little bit. And some more, and I'll drop the links for that for you guys throughout the show. And that's what we'll be putting all the long form videos. So if you guys want to see those will those be. They just YouTube with all the live streaming and the way the algorithms changed over here. Live streams weren't supposed to affect your videos anymore. Ha 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 ha. Okay, yeah, right. So we're gonna be we're gonna revitalize that. A lot of you guys are probably already subscribed to that one, but we'll drop the links over there later as the show goes on for the rest of the day too. But that is where all of our long form videos will be. But these news shows will stay live over here on this channel, and all of the shorts will continue to get put up on this channel as well, because those seem to still be doing good. So that'll be fun as well. As far as everybody on any other platform out there, ain't nothing gonna change. Ain't nothing gonna change. Because guess what? Those algorithms don't do that kind of stuff. So yeah, there you go, out there. Maybe they will in the future, but as of right now, they don't. So boys and girls, we got a lot to talk about today, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure we did this show at 11 a.m. this morning, or as close as we could to it, because I didn't want to shortchange you guys, because we got a lot to talk about, and we would have been very much in a rush yesterday. So Tulsa Kings got its season 4 is up and running. They're getting ready, got some information on that one. Sylvester Stallone is apparently in an absolute incredible shape and rearing and ready to go again. Got some more X-Men casting news, got some more stuff on there, or not some more X-Men casting news, just some more X-Men news out there with some more stuff with Samantha Weaving. Obviously, Spider-Man is still absolutely going insane, and the box office starting to slow down a little bit, which of course is to be expected at this point, but still going to end up being a massive success, probably end up finishing somewhere around 2.3, 2.4, maybe even 2.5 billion. We'll see how long they leave it in the theaters, but yeah, it's still doing quite well out there as well. And then of course, we've got some more Paramount Warner Brothers Discovery stuff, as JR24 mentioned in the chat earlier, as we were talking about things while I was still getting fully everything prepped out to begin with as well, for all of that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, there's some information on that because, hey, guess what? The California AG decided to be a coward. And instead of doing the right thing for California and the rest of the country and the rest of the world, honestly, when it comes to entertainment, decided to cancel the meeting and not actually try to get anything settled. And instead of continue being a jackass and causing nothing but problems just because he can and because he wants to run for higher office and he thinks this will be some kind of talking point later down the road, or somebody out there who pulls the strings and donates a lot of money has promised him stuff like that. It has promised him a lot of backing if he actually decides to completely and totally screw this up. So, yeah, it's fun. It's fun, boys and girls. So, as the question always is, how bad could it be today? We'll find out. So we're gonna say hi to all of you fabulous folks out there in the chat real quick, and then we'll do a quick little prayer, and then we will jump into all of the crazy and insane news out there. How's that sound, boys and girls? And thank you for the new follow over on Rumble. We got Dano. It's probably Dano, or it's Dan. 83. Dano 83. Over there on Rumble. We appreciate that. We got to do a 24-hour live stream for Rumble. We just crossed 1,700 or 2,700 over on Rumble, which has been a long grind, but we're going to have to do another 24 stream for all of that kind of stuff as well. All right, JR24, we'll see you in a little bit, buddy. CyberX Speed for all the folks that we can't highlight over there because Rumble hasn't incorporated pilled yet. CyberX Speed, good to see you, buddy. Says, got the wonderful common nerd stickers going. Looks like he's on his fuzzy blanket. And another fine member of the Nerd Herd, boys and girls, which you can be a member of the Nerd Herd for $5 or less a month, depending on what platform you're on, boys and girls, helping us get closer and closer to those 100 members. We need to keep the lights on around here indefinitely. We're sitting at 99 on Rumble right now, so we literally just need like one more member on Rumble. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys very much. All right, off to the folks that I can highlight. JR24 says bonjour and salute. Say bonjour, JR24. And JR24's got to go clock out at work, so he'll be back in a little bit. We appreciate you, though, JR24. Thank you for coming in, my friend. I did. I missed your tour. I did, Wade. I did. I appreciate that. And Wade, I would you know what? I would really appreciate that. You offering to get me the battle pass, but brother, I would not have time to play. I don't know how long those last. And honestly, I can't guarantee I would have any time to play Fortnite right now. I really appreciate it though. Cause I've got to try to set some time aside tonight. And play some whatchamacallit and finish off that Windrose game. We get that final. I got some cool weapons. I should be able to finish off that final boss. And then we got to jump into Power World. So I wish I could wait. I wish I had time for Fortnite with you guys. I do. Cause I know a lot of folks, even on Rumble, still play it. And it's a fun game. I don't mind it at all. I'm not very good at first person. I'm not very good at shooters, at all, but it's still fun to play. But yeah, I appreciate it, Wade. But nah, buddy, I appreciate it, man. You find somebody else that actually have time to play, man. I appreciate it. I would find time to be able to play with you too, dude, because I'd love to, but I can't. I wish I could. I wish I had more time for it, brother. I really do. That's what happens when I got this. I got the 3D printing business. I got all my stuff I'm doing at church now because we're really trying to push the media ministry. So I'm doing a lot more editing and shorts creation for them and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So plus all the kids and the wife. So yeah, I wish I've said it before and I'll say it again. I wish I wish I lived on a planet with a 36-hour day. I really do. Cause I could sleep for 8 hours and run for the rest of it and be good. And we'd have plenty of time for everything. No, I do appreciate it though, Wade. That is very kind of you, man. I really appreciate that, brother. I really appreciate that. And we got one more. John Washburn says, hail and good day. Hail, John Washburn. Hail, my friend. And hey, Wade, dude, if you're not putting your clips on a Facebook page and on an Instagram page, do it. Create you a Meta business account. Or you don't even got to create a Meta business page. Just create a Meta page. And dude, create a Real Wade Nation Gaming page. Put your freaking reels and stuff on there. Put your shorts on there. You never know, man. You never know, dude. I'm serious. But good to see you, John Washburn. Appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate you. All right. Let's get this pulled out over here. And then we will do a quick little prayer. And then we will jump into the news of the day. Godspeed! What up, Betty? Yeah, I saw you popping in the chat the other night. What's up, my Flash villain? What up, brother? Says, hail, your favorite supervillain is back. I'm glad to see you, dude. God bless, man. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad to see you back, dude. I'm so glad to see you back. But I will make some time to play Fortnite with you at least once at some point during the month of September, Wade. We will get together and play Fortnite at least once at some point during the month of September, even if it's during my 24-hour stream for Rumble. So we will play, and I'll live stream it on YouTube too, or on the gaming channel or something. Does the remake up for the day does the remake up day for the podcast work? Oh, I don't know what day you said. I didn't see it. I haven't got a chance to check my messages this morning. This morning was kind of busy. So I got my workout in the morning this morning though. Praise the Lord. Let me know what the date is, Wade. As long as it's on like a Monday or a Tuesday, it should be fine. Mondays and Tuesdays should be fine unless I've got like a showing or something, and then I just might have to adjust it by like half an hour. But yeah, as long as it's on a Monday or a Tuesday, it should be fine. Because I don't have anything else scheduled right now. I'm not scheduled for anybody else's shows right now that I'm aware of. Oh, well, yeah, I do have one, but it's not until like later in September with Any Derivative Jill. And then Saturday nights, but yeah, so yeah. All right, I will, Wade. I will. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna go podcast with Wade soon, and I'm excited for that. It's fun. Wade's always got good questions. So that's right, Cyberspeed. I'm trying, man. My kids are getting older. They're getting heavier. I need to be able to pick them up. So, and Bubbles and Dino want to be carried at the same time. So, like, I need to be able to do that through the entire walk of Walmart, and not just for a little while. So, yeah. All right, let's pray real quick, boys and girls. Pray for some blessings on the show, and then we'll get started and pray for, you know what? We'll pray for all the rest of your ventures out there, whatever you guys have got going on today. We'll pray for all your wonderful ventures that you've got going on as well. How's that sound? Just a quick one, I promise. And it won't hurt you. Jesus doesn't hurt, I promise. Jesus hurt for you. Lord, we come before you humbly grateful today for all the beautiful blessings that you give us, both seen and unseen. Father, thank you for the wonderful weather that we're having and all the wonderful sunshine. For all of those out there using solar, enjoy it, boys and girls. Suck it all up today. The Lord provides, as always. And thank you, Father, for all the wonderful provisions that you provided for my family. Thank you for the continued abundance blessings. Thank you for filling our storehouses, Father. May those abundance blessings continue to come. Let our work here today be blessed, Father. Let it be in your name, and let it be for your goodwill and for your plans. Father, let everybody else out there that's in the chat today, let whatever they've got going on, let whatever tasks they're working on, whatever ventures they've got going on, Father, let them be blessed. Let them be for your will, and let them accomplish much for them and their families as well, Father. Let us see the truth from the light, and let us speak only the truth and common sense today in whatever videos we record. Father, let those words go out with your will. Let them expand and reach those with eyes to see and ears to hear, Father. And let us benefit from it. As God has declared, so say we all. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. And all God's people said, amen. Alrighty, boys and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, see, I told you that wouldn't hurt. Deadline. This is more Disney layoffs. I almost have to do a video over this today. We've got lots of time. We've got until 3 o'clock. I'd like to get some editing done, maybe before Bubbles comes, but it's okay if not. We'll kick off videos on that new channel tomorrow morning. We're going to start making them all morning videos. We'll have everything ready in the morning. So we'll try to be consistent about that 9 a.m. Central Standard Time every morning for the videos over there. And so, yeah, like, it's one of them situations where it's always funny because people are always like, you know, Disney has all these flops. What's happening? Why haven't they collapsed? Why haven't they gone bankrupt? Well, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. There are still people to fire, right? That's why the Disney Corporation was never going to go bankrupt, right? If you started seeing the Disney Corporation sell off land, then they would be close to actual bankruptcy, right? But you want to see the consequences of their actions? Trillions of dollars lost essentially since 2020, 2018, right? When they started putting out all those really bad movies, basically post Endgame. Everything turned into a miserable, I mean, it's been losses for Star Wars since the get-go. They don't have, Star Wars overall as a brand is upside down by billions of dollars since Disney's bought it, right? And all of that money, people ask, where did it all go? They must be money laundering. There's no way a company can lose this much money and still be afloat. You don't understand the size of this corporation, right? You want to talk about mega conglomerations? This is it. Because despite the thousands of roles announced in April that will be eliminated, right? Despite the thousands upon thousands, the tens of thousands of people that have already been fired from the Walt Disney Corporation, from Marvel, from Star Wars, from every Pixar, every single corner of that company so far, right? They're now offering executives early retirement packages. Those of you that make the most money at that company, they want you out because they can't afford you anymore because of the trillions of dollars they have lost over the last 5 to 10 years between Star Wars, Marvel, and all of their Disney animations, plus the parks floundering. Literally the only thing that's in the black by actual definition, right, is the cruises. Everything else is, well, Disney Plus made a profit only because you included ESPN and Hulu. Disney Plus on its own is a failure. And this is the result of that. Thousands of roles are being eliminated this year, and now they're offering their executives early retirement packages. You want to know where all of that money Disney lost went? Tens of thousands of people have been fired at that company because of what they've done. How much more of a pound of flesh do you want? Because guess what? Apparently enough isn't enough for everybody out there, and that's okay because the Lord keeps providing, because this is a stupid corporation, and this will continue to happen until morale improves. As the old saying goes, the beatings will continue until morale improves. But it's not the morale at Disney. It's the morale of the audiences. And until they change that tune, this will continue to happen. And after all, it's exactly what Disney deserves. I hope I kept that under 3 minutes. We'll figure it out one way or the other. Cyberspeed says, boom! Thank you, Cyberspeed. Yeah, we should probably turn that into a full-blown video for the other channel, too. We'll see. We'll see what else we get. Oh, wait, we already popped it up. Did we pop that thing up 3 times? We really have. Holy cow. There we go. This I just thought was cool. Focus Features' Obsession has shattered records, becoming the first original film of the 2020s to surpass 500 million globally. Its remarkable journey includes a stellar domestic gross of $263.4 million and contributions from the international markets like China and the UK, solidifying its place in box office history. And I love this too, because this is a movie that was made for like, what? Like $800,000, $900,000, which given you and me is life-changing money, right? But when it comes to producing a film, it's chump change. And these guys surpassed $500 million. Like, I don't know who got the majority of the profits off of this movie. Like, it probably had some kind of distribution deal. But I'd imagine whoever had a good back-end deal on this movie, considering, like, if it was just straight from profits alone, right? Like, you would probably, if managed properly, would never have to work again, okay? But instead, we've got our dear sweet Navarrete getting ready to be one of the hottest stars in Hollywood, getting ready to be one of the X-Men. Homeboy's probably going to go off and do some great stuff too. And the director's basically got his own meal ticket written for the rest of his life. He can pretty much do whatever he wants. And guess what? It was a guy on the internet with an idea. And that's a beautiful thing. As a friendly reminder to everyone out there, you don't need Hollywood anymore. And truth be told, you never really did. And now Obsession proves that. Make your dreams happen, boys and girls. Hollywood will come running and begging to you. Look at Obsession, boys and girls. That's an obsession we can all get behind. What up, Manilo Riviera? What's up, buddy? Says hello, fine people in the chat. Hello, Manilo. Good to see you, buddy. Glad you made it in. Glad you made it in, my friend. Glad you made it in. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. This I just thought was hilarious. And like, it's not really like, I just thought it was funny. So I wanted to talk about it with you guys since we were going to do a little bit of a longer show today. JR Divorce says, I just heard the governor just allowed rockets to be shot in the Louisiana coast. Woohoo! Woo! Elon will be setting up a base over there in Louisiana soon. There you go. Sorry. I mean, you'll probably end up getting Jeff Bezos then, JR24, because Elon's already building the rocket base down here. But maybe you'll get the second one. I don't know. But that's cool though. That's gonna be so dope. That's so dope. I love the fact that we've got like one of these times, like I'm gonna have to like take the kids out of school or something when one of these rocket launches is going on down here in South Texas, because it's literally only like an hour and a half south of me. Is where his little base is and all that kind of stuff. So like I literally just like when we get the van up and running good, hopefully maybe this spring, or maybe get another one. We'll see how things go. Praise be to the Lord. I want to take the kids down there for a launch. So it's just always going to suck because if we drive all the way down there and then the launch gets scrapped, it's like shit. So yeah. So yeah, that's cool though, dude. That is so dope. I know, right? That picture is nightmare fuel. So check this out, Manila. This is fun. So police were forced to step in after videos of a killer cat in the hat were spreading around parts of the UK and Ireland. The confirmed footage was AI generated. So apparently they had pictures of this guy in like places all over London and Ireland that are real places, right? But all the pictures were AI generated. None of it was real. So it was like one of those internet memes, one of them internet urban legends, right? Going around that like people were really freaking out. Sightings were rumored in cities including Sheffield, Glasgow, and Dublin. It's like my grandfather always used to say, man was so wise. Like this is why wisdom lasts the generations, right? Believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. And those words could not be truer with something like this. Believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see, right? If you hear something from somebody else, don't believe it unless you know it's a fact, right? Unless there's evidence and stuff like that. If you see something, you ever gone and watched a magician, right? You know the tricks aren't real. You know he's not using real magic, right? But it sure looks real, doesn't it? Sure looks like he just sawed his assistant in half. Now you live in a time of AI generation. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, here is your warning that my grandfather told me decades ago when I was a kid. God, that hurts to admit. Believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. That is your mantra for living in an AI world, boys and girls. Accept it, utilize it, embrace it, and enjoy the wisdom from my old man. I can't help it. I'm having way too much fun doing these shorts now. Cat in the Hat live action always freaked me out, says Manila. I believe that. You're not the only person that I have heard that from. You are not the only person that I have heard that from, dude. You are seriously not. Like I have heard that from so many people out there. So, yeah, you are not the only person that just said that to me. The Cat in the Hat live action freaked them out. So, yeah. And so there's probably a lot of those folks that this slid right in there for and just like added on top of that because the internet will go viral, man. It doesn't take much for a good, scary story to go viral. You know, and then you add in the real factor of being able to take it. Because all you got to do is take pictures of the real place and go, ChatGPT, put me a creepy Cat in the Hat looking S character inside in this picture, but change none of the background. You know, you always got to be explicit about that. Change none of the background. Change nothing else in the picture. Just add the cat. And it works. It works almost flawlessly. So yeah, it wouldn't take much to do that. So, you notice they only get away with stuff like this in unarmed countries, right? Like this, like, they'd be like, oh, did you see this crazy spot? Cat in the Hat running around San Antonio? Like, homie, we don't play that way. No, vato. Cat come up to me looking like that, we're going to pop a cat in his ass. Like, no, we're just not. Cat in the Hat? I got a 45 to take care of that. I mean, like, they're not playing. You're not going to play in Texas. Like, it's just not, you get shot doing shit like this. You know, the summer of love lasted about 2 days in Texas, right? That's about all it lasted. Okay. So, yeah, I love that. Get your country to be armed again. Pray for that. Pray for arms to return to your country. That's what you need. That's what just because, man, you politicians really do think twice when they realize that everybody outside those gates is fully armed. Now, I'm telling you, man, if it can work for rain, it can work for stuff like that. There you go, JR24. I like that one. I know my family motto is know thyself and learn to suffer. There you go. There you go. Oh, yeah, Manilo. Those ones were great. I remember when those went viral back in the day and everybody was running around and doing that. A couple of them boys got popped trying that shit with a few people. But yeah, that shit was great. Yeah, the kick out of that killer clown scare prank videos. Yeah, those were great. Those were great. So yeah, that was somebody's 15 minutes of fame for quite a while. That one, I think that one lasted about 2 years, didn't it? I think that one lasted about 2 years. So I know it lasted at least a year. There was definitely like a summer and a fall of freaking everybody out on that one. But yeah, I think that one lasted a couple of years. It was pretty crazy. And then I think somebody actually did get shot or something. Somebody got pretty messed up, and I think everybody kind of quit doing it for a while, at least in the States anyway. I can't remember. It's been so long now. There's so much stuff that happens all the time. We live in such a world. And it's not that there's more information in the world now than there was before. It's just that we have an easier access to all of it, right? It's like we used to drink from a garden hose. And now we're drinking from like, I don't know, like what's the water tornadoes called? But we're drinking from a fire hose now. We used to drink from a garden hose for our information. Now we drink from a fire hose. And it's going to take a little bit of an adjustment, but we're getting better about it. I honestly really do think that everybody, I think the majority, I mean, you're always going to look, the damn African prince scams still catch some people these days. Okay. So like chain letters finally stopped becoming a thing, but like the internet print scams still get people sometimes, you know what I mean? So I don't know how much the Nigerian prince ones, but shit like that still gets people. So there's always going to be people that are going to get scammed and going to get suckered. Right. But I think the vast majority of us really are getting better about that. So Manolo says now it's just a guy disguised as a bush and jump scares pedestrians. See, there you go. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. Nobody's going to like fear of their life. You know, now you come at a killer clown with a knife in their hands, somebody going to fuck you up. Right. But if the plant just jumps at you, you're like, ah! Like shithead, you know, and you might get punched. I don't know. It depends on how some people's reactions are, but that'll be about the extent of it. Like nobody's going to knock the shit out of you for being a scary plant. So yeah, I like that. Jared Divorce, the same with Louisiana when it comes to the summer of love. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Like that shit didn't last very long in the South. Like all them reports from like places from like Seattle and like Chicago and New York and like California, you know, like that stuff don't last in the South, man. We got too many guns. Oh, yeah. Like, even the city folks are like, nah, man. Like, that shit didn't last in Houston. Like, it didn't last in Dallas. Like, it didn't last in Austin. Didn't even last in Austin. Like, no. So, yeah. I love that. I love that so much. It's why I live in places like this. It's why I live in Texas. People are like, it's so hot. I don't care. You know what I'm not dealing with? Crazy DSA cultists all over the place trying to burn down my city. That's what I'm not dealing with. So, all right. Let's see what else we got here. These bricks are doomed. The Avengers Doomsday trailer has been recreated in Lego. Like, this is just like, it's kind of ridiculous at this point, but like, it doesn't really surprise me anymore at this point, right? Because like Disney needs all of the marketing that they can get for this movie, right? This is Stella trying to get her groove back. This is Kevin Feige doing his best to try to revitalize and save his career and save his legacy, right? Is what he's trying to do. He's trying to save his legacy, right? And so the marketing for this is just, I mean, they're going to spend probably more on marketing than they are for the budget of this movie. And we already know the budget for this movie is going to be like $700 million, right? They're spending just as much on marketing, if not more, because they are teaming up with everybody for this thing. So here you go, boys and girls. Avengers Doomsday trailer recreated in Lego, because why not?
They were far stronger than all of us put together, and they died.
And like, it's just silly, and I'm giggling at it.
They died facing enemies and threats that scared me far less than this one.
I really do hope Gambit gets to knock the living crap out of Shang-Chi. I really do.
Everything that they sacrifice will be for nothing if we do not stand together. Put aside your petty squabbles. And presume nothing except this.
And I do have to honestly admit, too, though, this trailer has probably been the best one that they've had so far, given we cringe seeing Namor and all of his kind of stuff. And we cringe seeing Shang-Chi, and we cringe seeing Pedro Pascal, Mr. Pascal, and when we see him. But, like, honestly, and Captain Picard's getting old. But, like honestly, like, this trailer was good. So I kind of get a giggle out of this, but it's like I said, Disney's gonna market for everything they've got worth with this one.
If you return, you will return as brothers and sisters. But mark my words.
Namor. Sorry, I can't resist. Lego my Lego, let go my Legos. Yeah, I love that.
We're going to need a miracle.
Hey, pal.
It's not possible.
We're gonna need a miracle. Captain America's back. Ah! And the crowd goes wild. Because you know it's the real one, because he's got the hammer, you know. But they're not going to give him the shield. Maybe in the second movie. I don't know. Like I said, just desperate marketing attempt, and I get a kick out of it. I think it's funny. Manila says, I'm in Southern Florida. We Cubans are like Homie the Clown. We don't play that. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, a lot of Hispanics, and I know obviously Mexicans, Cubans aren't the same thing, obviously Manila. But yeah, brother, same thing, dude. Like so many, this is, because like it's funny, my mom paid for my ancestry DNA test because she's been like big on doing like all the genealogy of the family, and we can actually trace our lineage all the way back to the Revolution on the white side of the house. But on the Hispanic side of the house, obviously I got the Spanish because my father's Mexican. Right. But the other half, like the Native American side of me, is all Gulf Coast of Mexico. It's all like literally the Gulf Coast of Texas and like down into Mexico. So it's like I moved back to where my blood is from, and I had no idea. And I love it too, because it's the same thing. The Hispanics down here, they don't play like that, dude. Mexicans, and it ain't gonna happen. Homie, Tex-Mex, we ain't gonna play like that, dude. No, we don't do that shit. Grandma would whoop the shit out of your ass and then drag you to church and make you confess it all to the priest. I mean, doing dumb shit like that. I love it. Jared says, we feed them to gators or pigs. There you go. Manila says, I wonder how Doom will be received. Not a very happy ending unless you follow up the movie comes out within the following year. I don't know if they're going to wait 2 years. I don't know. Because I know as far as I've heard, Secret Wars hasn't even started filming yet. So it's probably gonna be 2 years before the next one comes out, I'd imagine. They're gonna try to rush it though. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how that goes. I don't know what they're gonna do with that one. How long was it between Doomsday and Endgame? Was it 2 years? Or was it just a year? I can't remember. No, because Hydra Cap wouldn't be worthy of the hammer. That's why. Yeah, Jesse's a legit Mexican American. I really am. I legitimately am a Mexican American. One half of me's been here since the Revolution. Got a great uncle that was awarded property in the Carolinas for meritorious service in the war, which is funny because my wife was born in the Carolinas. And then the Hispanic side of me is literally from the Texas coastal bend, Texas Mexican coastal bend. It's hilarious. I think it's which explains why I like to eat pussy so much. My ancestors were cannibals. Oh God Almighty! They really were cannibals down here. Oh my God! Power Ranger Donnie, what up, buddy? Says hello, Jesse and all. Hope everyone is well on this final Tuesday of Power Rangers month. Well, hey, there you go. There you go. Happy. Is it Power Rangers month? I didn't even realize that. There's nothing really that going on, so there's not a lot of hype for it. Jared versus so is my nephew. Nice. Nice. That's awesome, Power Ranger Donnie. Happy Tuesday, man. Hashtag Hail Lego. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we went over the little they recreated the new Doomsday trailer in Lego, and I thought that was pretty funny. So I got a kick out of that. So yeah. Oh, is that what they're going to do, Manilo? 364 days between Infinity War and Endgame. Okay, so it was just a year. Okay. I don't think they're going to be able to do that with Secret Wars. I really don't. Because as far as I know, they're not even shooting for Secret Wars yet. So they're going to do the X-Men movie. I think the X-Men movie's supposed to come out for that. So I don't know. Yeah, we're going to look at that here in a second. The Batmobile was spotted on the set for the Batman 2 in Glasgow. Actually, Batmobile, my number one Batmobile, probably the one from the 89 movie version of Batman. Yeah. I'd have to say that's probably my favorite too, and probably because it's probably biased because I had that toy too, with the one you could push the button and the rocket would come out the center and everything else. I actually had that one as a kid too. I don't know. I'd be hard pressed with the one from the animated series though. Like if you offered me both, I might. Man, that'd be hard pressed. It depends on which one would have more buttons. It depends on which one would have more like actual action figure stuff. I don't know. That'd be hard for me between those two. It'd either be the animated series or the 89 one though, for sure. But yeah, I'm leaning 89, but oh man, that one from the animated series was good. So check this one out. This is the rough and tumble one here we've got from our new, from the next Batman movie. I do dig this one because it's kind of more because this is supposed to be like Batman Year One kind of stuff. So I do kind of dig the hot rod version of this, which kind of aligns with some of the older Batman comics and stuff too. So yeah. After the filler, Chris Evans' complexion is the same as his Lego avatar. That is great. Oh, I didn't even notice. That is great, Manilo. That's pretty cool. That stunt driver's having himself a grand old time in that car. That's cool, though. Yeah, I do like it. I like the hot rod. But yeah, that stunt driver's having himself a grand old time with that snow on the ground, spinning those tires around. So yeah, a lot of people were talking about this because like this shows the cops going after Batman. So obviously things aren't going great with him. Everybody says it's the people on the set say it's two officers and stuff like that. So it probably is. They're probably actual cops trying to take down the Batman. So obviously we're still going into the whole situation where, they're not exactly getting along. Certain cops are kind of okay with him, but I didn't watch the first Batman movie, so I don't know. I tried on HBO. The audio was so quiet. I even went and bought a sound bar so I could hear it, and even then it was still so quiet. Like the audio mix on that movie was just bad on HBO Max, and so I fell asleep twice trying to watch it. So maybe we'll have to watch it for Is It Good or something before this one comes out. But yeah, looks pretty cool. I dig the car. I'll probably be easier for me to stay awake since I don't drink anymore either. So, but yeah, big cool car. We'll have to see how it goes. Jared Force says I saw the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers season 2 Zords are at Walmart now. There you go. Got to go back to the classics. It's the only thing that sells. Got to go back to the classics. When nothing else sells, that's what you got to go back for. So, yeah. No, it's true. Yeah, it is true. It is true. You got to go back to the classics. This I thought was funny. Marvel officially announces the theatrical release for the longest MCU film ever. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be for the Endgame re-release. Right? Yeah. So the Avengers Endgame, as it turns out, it's losing it to itself. Avengers Endgame Encore, the upcoming extended theatrical release of Endgame, has been listed by AMC Theaters with a runtime of 3 hours and 5 minutes, which is 4 minutes longer than the 191 original, and would officially make Encore the longest MCU movie ever released when it arrives in theaters on September 25th. Still doesn't have anything on Lord of the Rings, but yeah, this is one of those ones where like the Russos were like, hey, you don't have to watch anything the MCU's put out over the last 5 years since Endgame, because we're going to re-release Endgame with extra footage that's going to lead right into Doom. Right? Which then, of course, like, you know, like a month later, like 2 months later, like just like a week ago, they put out this list of everything you should watch before Doomsday. And everybody's like, yeah, no, we're not doing homework. So that's why they're releasing this, because they know the majority of people haven't seen most of the garbage that they put out since Endgame or hated it. And 2 are certainly not going to look at that list that they put out, but somebody got butt hurt. And so they had to put out a list for marketing purposes to make somebody's fee-fees feel better. Nobody's going to go back and watch that garbage before this. This, on the other hand, is going to make over $1 billion, if not 2 or 3. And with this Encore thing going on out there. And yeah, extra footage, never seen before. You can't miss it. And yeah, it'll be the longest Marvel movie ever released in theaters. And that's just funny, boys and girls. Because, yeah, they know none of you have watched. Majority of people haven't watched the rest of the garbage out there. So you got to watch this in order to know what's going on. What do you know? I bet the TVA is even going to show up in there. It's going to be hilarious. Enjoy that. I'll wait for it to come on Disney Plus. Oh. Maybe you should check the Batman movie from the library. Oh, that'd be fun. I'm hearing really good. The Batman Nightfall I want to watch. I want to watch soon. And I don't know if we'll do it I don't want to do it for an Is It Good, because I don't want to pause it all of the time. I might watch it by myself or with the wife first, but I'm hearing really good things about Nightfall. So yeah. I don't think so, JR24. It's slowed down too much. I don't think Brand New Day is going to make $3 billion now, because it hasn't even hit 2.5 yet, and it's starting to slow down significantly. So, yeah, it's starting to slow down significantly. This I thought was interesting, and we might do a video over this just because we're doing stuff on this, because we're doing a review on this. HBO Lanterns draws an impressive 9.3 million viewers, but history says don't call it a hit yet. Those are certainly numbers Warner Brothers can celebrate. There are certainly numbers Warner Bros. Can celebrate, but anyone already declaring Lanterns a major success based on those 3 days should probably pump the brakes, because recent history across Marvel, Star Wars, and even Lord of the Rings has repeatedly demonstrated that a big premiere doesn't necessarily translate into a successful season. In fact, some particularly front-loaded shows have crashed immediately afterward, and we've seen this happen time and time again. Peacemaker ended up falling off a lot towards the end of this last season. Creature Commandos never did chart on the ratings, but you've seen it over on Star Wars too, like The Acolyte and some of this other stuff. Ahsoka had really great opening numbers, then kind of fell off towards the end. Same thing with a lot of the Marvel products too. Some stuff would start really strong and end up falling off. So although this does look like really good numbers, and it is a good step in the right direction, the real question is anybody going to stick around for the second season, right? Rings of Power is a prime example, or for the second episode, because like literally they lost like 90% of their viewers from the episode 1 and 2, because they released both of them at the same time, to episode 3. So we'll see what happens next week. We'll see what happens with the Nielsen charts as they come out in the weeks coming and stuff like that. But as of right now, Lanterns is a success. Just don't hold your breath on that success lasting, boys and girls. Yeah, I want to watch Nightfall as well. Yeah, that looks really good. Sometimes, occasionally, even a broke clock strikes twice a day, JR24. Don't give me too much credit. I appreciate you. Thunderdome. Return of Thunderdome. Lone Wolf. I love that name. That's great. Return to Thunderdome. This I just thought was kind of neat. A decompiler managed to port Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask to iOS devices. Legend of Zelda's Majora's Mask runs natively on iOS and iPad OS. After Ocarina, everyone asked me to bring Majora's Mask over next, so here it is. I'd imagine you probably have to, jailbreak your iPhone or your iPad and stuff like this to get this to work, because obviously this isn't something you're going to be able to get on the Play Store without Nintendo's authorization, and clearly this is not an authorized thing to do, but I do think that's pretty cool. I think that's really, really neat, and getting it to work that way is awesome, and obviously you can legally do this if you own a physical copy of the game, at least as far as I'm concerned. I'm not a lawyer, of course. Check with your local law authorities and whatever they think about that kind of stuff as well. But at the end of the day, this is really cool. And the fact that you can get this to do this, it's just amazing. It just shows you how, and I love it. This just shows you the genius of the internet, right? When we all come together, the things we can pull off are absolutely amazing. And this is just some guy fiddling around on the internet. And I think that is really cool. And just shows you what you can do with your own personal time and some education, boys and girls. So that's fascinating. And shout out to Homeboy. Shout out to the decompiler. Shout out to him. I don't know. They don't put his name over there. So here it is. Oh, Chris Sotratis. So there you go. Shout out to Chris. Good job, buddy. That's really cool. Shout out to that. That is really cool. I might, who knows? Maybe we'll get us an old iPhone or something and try this out. That's pretty cool. Because, yeah, I have Legend of Zelda, boys and girls. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Power Ranger Donnie says, I loved Kyle Chandler as Gary Hobbs in Early Edition and as Eric Taylor in TV's Friday Night Lights. Yep, I'm skipping Lanterns as long as I no longer have HBO Max. Hey, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, brother. Yeah, I've heard, Kyle does great. So in the show and stuff like that. So that's definitely not the problem. It's just the writing's really bad. So yeah, I would, if you want to, come watch it on Thursday nights with us. We watched the first episode last week. We'll be watching the second episode on Thursday, so you can watch it with us. That makes the pain a little easier, and it makes it fun, too. Spartacus, I'm the fine member of the Nerd Herd over on Rumble, says good noon. Good noon, Spartacus. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. And boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, remember, you can become a member of the channel for $5 less a month, depending on what platform you're on, boys and girls. Trying to get us back to those 100 members. We need to keep the lights on around here indefinitely. Praise be the Lord. Thank you guys so very much. Oh, yeah, I believe that. Jared DeVore, tired. Students are back, and they're messy. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yeah, you had a nice, real easy summer cleaning when most of them weren't there, huh? Except for some of the summer classes and stuff like that. Yeah, JR24 works at a college. He's great. I'll be right back. I can get some water real quick, but I'm not even going to bother with the thing. He ain't going to take that long. I'll be right there. It's just over here in the fridge. I got a garage fridge specifically. Well, the house came with a fridge, and our old house didn't. So we bought a fridge a long time ago. That one of the first rentals my wife and I had. And then our second house didn't have a fridge, so that worked out perfectly. But this house already had one. So I was like, well, we'll get a garage fridge. Now, with as many kids as we've got, it's never a bad idea. We got the deep freezer too. I got a really good deal on one at Sam's Club. That was great. Oh, noon. Yep, there you go. Manalo's not too far off. The writing is awful. It's SJW grievance session with minimal talent. I expected to hate it, and I don't hate it. It's like a 4 out of 10, but it is absolutely everything Manilo says. It's just I walked into it expecting all of that stuff. And there's enough kind of fun, Green Lantern Easter eggs to where I'm like, all right, it's a 4. It's not a 2, but it's a 4. And remember, boys and girls, I gave Black Adam a 6. So there you go. It's definitely a 4 out of 10 though. If not, and I could be argued lower than that. We'll see how it works with the second episode. A lot of people are even more pissed off about the second episode. We'll see how it goes. Spartacus says the military will perform the first execution in 60 years. They'll be executing the guy who committed the Fort Hood shooting while screaming Allah Akbar. Woohoo! Praise be to the Lord for that. The justice is served. Good. God, what year was that? He's been in prison for a long time. I can't remember if I was in or getting ready to go in. When was that? When was that Fort Hood shooting? God, I can't remember now. I can't remember if I was in, or if I was out at that point. I can't remember. But yes, good. Good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. Hey, there you go, JR4. Good news is I'll be working this Saturday for the home games. Hey, there you go. There you go. Get you a little extra hours in. That's always good. Get you a few more of them, your favorite little readers and stuff from the bookstore. That is great, right? Cyberspeed, exactly, buddy. No, I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I can't remember that fucker's name now. Fucking, yeah. Yep. Well, look what happened. Military thought it was a good idea to go woke. You had some fucking woke officer, some spirit of the age, fucking cultist, shoot up your whole fucking place. Still boggles my mind that this country elected a president named Obama, Hussein, Barack Hussein Obama. I don't want to be racist. You're fucking ignorant assholes. There you go, Manolo. Feels like your mom tried to get you a horrible tasty medicine wrapped up by something you like. There you go. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm glad that they're not fucking around with that shit anymore. One U.S. airman is in custody for calling for Trump's impeachment, along with a number of other charges violating Article 82, 88, 92, and 133, all dealing with the behavior of personnel. Yep. You are allowed to participate in political activities. You are not allowed to be in your uniform. You are not allowed to claim that you represent the military in any way, shape, or form. When I went to political activities in Little Rock, Arkansas, while I was still serving, I went there, I stood quietly, I bought a t-shirt, and I left. You know what I mean? That's what I did. And that's about the extent of what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? You're not really supposed to endorse anybody. You're not really supposed to do any of that kind of stuff. But you can still have your opinions, and you can still talk about stuff on the internet and everything else. But yeah, there are certain things you can't get away with. And publicly calling for the impeachment of your commander-in-chief, because the dumbass probably did it in uniform. That's what always gets them in trouble. The idiots do it in uniform. That's what normally gets them in trouble. So yeah. No, I love that. I'm glad the Department of War is starting to get its groove back in. It almost makes me want to re-enlist. I don't think they'd take me, but that was back during my drinking days. I don't know. Maybe they'd take me now that I'm sober. Spartacus says Obama was a Trojan horse. 100% on that one. 100% on that one. Oh. YouTube censored me again for giving an opinion. I bet they did, JR24. Hey, you don't have to add another app to create a Rumble account. You can just do it on your browser. You don't have to add the app. And it only really works well on iOS anyway. So you just create an account over there. They won't censor you, buddy. Or kick or pilled. Spartacus says there's a pic of him in a uniform all in custody on some steps of a government building. Yep. 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 That's what does it. That's what does it. There was some dumbass airman while I was in, I think, who video recorded herself on Facebook staying in her car so that way she didn't have to stand out there and salute and participate in retreat, and literally put that on social media. Right? Look, we've all done it. Right? Oh, there's probably some airmen out there who's like, I've never done, whatever, shut up. Right? The majority of us had done it at one point. Okay? You're supposed to, by regulations, get out of your vehicle and do it. If you're driving on a road, you're supposed to stop. But if you're in a parking lot, right, you're supposed to get out of your vehicle and do it. By definition of regulation. That's the way it was in the Air Force. I'm assuming it's probably the same in all the rest of the branches. Right? But this dumbass chick recorded herself in uniform and then put it on social media. And guess what? It went viral. Because military members were pissed. because you're not supposed to do that. And it's disrespectful. And yeah, guess who ass has got brought up on an Article 15? Yep. Dumbass twat. Oh, man. Cannot do that shit in uniform. Cannot do that shit in uniform. Cannot do that shit in uniform. There you go, JR24. Just in case. Just in case. There you go, buddy. There's the link. That'll kill the rest of my YouTube algorithm for the day. This I thought was cool, too. Mel Gibson says Lethal Weapon 5 script is better than all the others. Lethal Weapon 5 is coming, boys and girls. He's got to get done with all this Passion of the Christ stuff. There were good things about each one, but as you say, they tend to get diluted out there a lot, just like a lot of other sequels do. And you know, Donner, when he was 90 years old, was working on the 5th. And of course, he passed away in the middle. So I got together with the writer and we completed it thinking, what would Donner do? As you should, as any person trying to, of course, properly honor the father of a creation, right? Properly honoring the father of something now that you're responsible for his child. That's what we were thinking in the room. And I think that 5th script is better than all of the others. Well, let's hope so. I enjoyed the first couple of Lethal Weapon movies. I haven't seen them all. I love Mel Gibson. I love Danny Glover. I think this could be a great thing to see happen. So I really hope this all works out. I really do. Mel Gibson's a legend and deserves this kind of stuff. And the fans deserve it because the Lethal Weapon fans are ravaged and they love these movies out there and they're well deserved for the love that they have. And so hopefully this 5th one ends up wrapping things up in an incredible, well done. And you've got a great little, I don't know what you would call it for a 5-arc movie situation. I don't even know what it is, but that's great. So it sounds like it's going to be really good. Let's hope he's right. Let's hope he's right and hope the fans love it. That's all at the end of the day, that's all I ever hope. I just hope the fans of Lethal Weapon love it. And if they do, that is the most important part at the end of the day, boys and girls. And I also hope it makes a bunch of money because that would be the cherry on top. But at the end of the day, I hope the fans are happy. And it sounds like Mel Gibson's going to do something that will make them happy. So that's awesome. That's awesome. Right, exactly. Cyberspeed. Based Mel. Respecting the father of the creation. No, you beat that creation like a redheaded stepchild, right? Spartacus. That's what Hollywood thinks normally. What killed the Roman Empire? They stopped having babies and took in foreigners who were not loyal to the emperors. Yep, exactly. Yeah, it's like one of the guys at church, one of the younger kids at church, he used to run all the media stuff before I took over for the streams and everything else. And yeah, he was talking to me about it. He's like, I probably have 1 or 2 kids. I'm like, no. I was like, you have to have a minimum of 3. And then I explained the whole population thing and everything else. And then I was like, and then on top of it, the Lord told you to go forth and be fruitful. You know, so like minimum's 3. And so he's like, oh, I'm like, oh, none of that. So yeah, no. That's all you got to do. This is kind of wild. John Turbidall confirms National Treasure 3 is happening. It's happening. I've not said anything before this, but you deserve to have the scoop. It's finally real. So there you go. Nicolas Cage coming off of the success of Spider-Man Noir. What is he going to steal this time, boys and girls? What is he going to steal this time? I love the National Treasure movies, so I think this is going to be a blast. This is going to be an absolute fun. Nicolas Cage deserves it. This is awesome. And guess what? They're desperate for anything that makes money, that's going to make money right now. So sequels it is. And you know what? I'm kind of here for it. I love Nicolas Cage, so I'm down for whatever. This is going to be great. I think that's cool. Oh, man, I love it. Best scene in the Lethal Weapons is when they go to the Southern Africa consulate and Glover requests to immigrate to South Africa. I love it. I love it. Lanterns EP, Damon Lindelof claims nobody wants adaptations faithful to the source material. Oh, this guy's a moron. As a consumer and someone who's making this stuff, there's almost a responsibility to take risks. I don't think anybody wants to see you be completely and totally vigilant to the source material because then it isn't an adaptation at all. Shouldn't we be beyond this conversation by now? No, Damon, we shouldn't. Because guess what? You've got an entire country as an example of it working. It's called anime and manga. And it's a $1 trillion industry that crushes and has destroyed the American comic book industry. Right? And makes more money and will be more financially successful than anything Green Lanterns and DC has put out since James Gunn took over. So yes, a faithful adaptation would be a great idea, Damon. Would be an absolutely wonderful idea, because guess what? It's very successful and makes them billions of dollars. If you watch most anime adaptations of a manga, you don't even have to read the manga, because they're literally a scene-for-scene recreation, right? One of my favorites out there is exactly like that. I bought the manga. I don't know where it's sitting right there. Black Clover. I bought the manga for the last season thinking there might be some changes and I might need to catch up on a few things to go read the manga. No, didn't have to, because guess what? The manga, the anime of the last season was a scene-for-scene recreation, and I loved it. And now we're getting more of that because it works and the fans like it. Damon, which is why your Green Lantern show is going to fall and be an abysmal mess. Check out our expanded video for more on that later, boys and girls. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing a full video over that one for sure. Cyberspeed. I love it. Those woke tards ruined the American comic book industry. Yes, they did. Some anime and manga will have their extra scenes or pages. That is true. They will. And they did modify for the anime of what happens in even in One Piece, they don't have the guy lose his leg by cutting it off and eating it like they did in the manga, so that way the boy could eat the food and survive. They have him lose it, saving the boy from sharks. Right? Now, in the live action, no, homeboy cut his leg off and ate it in the live action. But yeah, that's about, as far as I know, that's about the only major change. And even that, I can understand, right? Because the anime was going to be shown to kids were going to see that, so yeah. Yeah, the only thing that's selling is Absolute Series and Absolute Batman. And even then, I wouldn't call that good. I'm not interested in reading any of it. I've read some of it, and that was enough for me. I'm like, no, I'm good. I don't need this. And I know some people are really enjoying it, but guess what? The people that were really enjoying it don't seem to be singing their praises as high as it used to be anymore. So, yeah. Back when Social Security improved in the 1940s, 159.4 workers covered one beneficiary. Today, 2.8 per beneficiary. We need children, and we need to restructure Social Security. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. When I was in high school, I was all in support of the Rand Paul plan back in the 2000s of restructuring it. Like the TSPs are done. It's like the TSPs you get in the military. And it was an option. You could stick with either one. You had the option to do one or the other. And I would have gladly taken the TSP version. But yeah, that's going to be hard for next generation's fight. So that's going to be what we're going to have to do after Trump and whoever comes after him finishes what they're doing, because we're gonna have to wait for the boomers to die off for that one. We're never gonna be able to restructure Social Security until the boomers are no longer a significant voting population. Unfortunately, it's just the truth of the matter. It just really is. So Berserk manga had way more details and expanded arcs as there were in the anime version, had major cuts. See, there you go. So yeah, works out. There you go. But did they wokeify it? Was it an adaptation, or was it true to the same? Was it the same story from the beginning to end, even though there was stuff that was left out? Because I've still heard nothing but good things about Berserk. I've still heard pretty much nothing but good things about Berserk. So, yeah. DCU Batman reportedly on hold until Paramount merger as questions swirl around James Gunn's future. Yeah, no shit. And actually, we've got an article over that one, too, as well. We've got another one. We'll pull up Geeks and Gamers' article as well. But we've got a Cosmic Book News article over that one, which we're about to get into. And we've got a bunch of articles from Cosmic Book News. X-Men cast signed for multiple Marvel movies, and Storm will be in Black Panther 3. So that's... And this is Puck News from Matt Maloney, which Matt Maloney's pretty good. Bellinoni. I like calling him Baloney, though. Baloney, whatever. Yeah, and it could have been budget reasons. Excuse me, cyberspeed, because it is good in budget reasons. Because I did, Griffin and I have a story that we've been working on for a while. That we need to get back to working on. And I started looking into what costs for anime and stuff was, and it is the action scenes obviously do cost a lot more. You know, and you're talking, and nowadays you're talking the difference between a 1 million, a 5 million, and a $10 million budget on an anime for 20 episodes, 22 episodes. You're talking it's the action scenes. It's the action scenes that, you know, and how well they're done is really the difference in the cost. So, you know, if they only had a $5 million budget, that could have been part of it, you know. So I have no idea what the budget was for something like that back then. You know, probably get a lot more money nowadays, but yeah, it probably is exactly why, unfortunately. Yeah, how Dems keep control. They tell the old they will lose Social Security, and they tell the women they will lose abortions. They tell the minorities they'll be in chains or dead. Yeah, it used to work. Ain't working so much anymore. Ain't working so much anymore. Like I said, eventually the culture catches on. Yeah, we're gonna go over that one too. I've got the Billy Piper article pulled up as well. So, we're gonna do some fun stuff over the storm. I love that fan art of him as Mr. Sinister. If they get pretty close to that, that wouldn't be bad. I'll take that. I'll take that. Because Adam Driver doesn't quite have the blockhead that Mr. Sinister does, but that right there, that's good enough for me. I'll take that. Maloney said the note also noted the schedule is still relatively thin compared to Marvel's 3-year heyday. The only one with only one Marvel movie next year. He called it a ramp up, expecting at least 2 a year after 2028, assuming it all works. That's the big question. Yeah, the Beast seat is still open as rumors shift to Peter Claffey. Interesting. Yeah, I think we might do a little video over that. I think that'll be fun. So, like I said, we're gonna start putting our videos over on the Common Nerds 2 channel because they're not doing anything on this one. We do too many live streams and too many shorts on this channel. So the live streams and the shorts will stay on this channel, and I'll stop unlisting these news live streams. So you guys will still be able to catch all of that here. Still working on women. Women are the factor that keeps women in the nominal position of influence. I mean, that is true too. That is true. There's still, that one's going to take a while. That's been a lot of indoctrination from mother to daughter for a long time, man. And that one's gonna take probably gonna take another generation of kids or something like that to completely get that out of there. But there are more. I would argue there are more openly anti-feminine, modern day feminism women nowadays than there ever has been before. And that's because the most recent feminism has gone completely and totally insane. So they're just still one of the loudest groups out there, but. You know, loud groups eventually fall on deaf ears. You can only be Chicken Little for so long. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Batman the Animated Series had to make some changes too, but they kept the spirit of the comics. Same thing with like Spider-Man the Animated Series, you know, Justice League, Superman. Yeah, 100%. They did good stuff on that. Yeah, we let traditional matriarchy be destroyed. The women that taught women how to be mothers and wives. Yeah, the traditional matriarchy got destroyed because they convinced them all they needed jobs. So yeah, no, I know my wife would love to be a stay-at-home. Try, you know. So we're working on it. We'll get enough of these. Should at least get enough stuff, get enough of these businesses up going around the house, and then get to that point. Especially once we get Nerd Ranch established, get all that set up. Saw a story that Snyder can't find a U.S. distributor for the movie The Last Photograph. Snyderverse will be back, sure. Well, the Snyderverse stuff will be back, Manilo, because Paramount wants it back and because they know it's a known quantity and it will make money. That's why. That's the reason why it will be back. If it comes back, it'll be under Paramount, and it's because Paramount wants to make money, and they know the Snyder fans will make them money. So... and just Batman fans in general, DC fans in general will still go see it. So, production company in Hollywood works on Stargate. Independence Day, maybe trying Doctor Who, and then with the 14th Doctor, David Tennant. Yeah, I saw that one too. Let's see what else we got down here. Mark Ruffalo attacks the Ellisons. We might do something over that one. I kind of might want to do a full thing over the National Treasure too. We got to start banging out videos though too. We'll do the Sydney Sweeney thing. Is she still with that boyfriend of hers? That looks like the same guy. Maybe they're just not engaged anymore. Maybe they said just tone it back a little bit. Federal court grants Take-Two subpoena to unmask the GTA leaker. We'll see how well that works out. CyberLeak answers with 2 more leaks. Come and find me. All right, we saw that one. James Gunn said DC would never shoot without finished scripts. Lantern did it anyway. Samara Weaving. Insidious did all right. Spider-Man still crushed it at the box office. Here we go. Batman on hold. This is another one we want to do too. This is still a rumor, not official announcement from Machete or DC, but it lines up with the Paramount Warner Brothers merger agreement, which restricts long-term deals involving major IPs. Yep. Batman isn't waiting on James Gunn. He's waiting on David Ellison. Okay, you guys want to start some shit? All right, let's start an argument in the chat. You guys want to start an argument in the chat? What was everybody's, outside of Zod snapping Superman's neck, what was everybody's biggest issue with Superman and Man of Steel, right? The Pa Kent death scene. So check this out, boys and girls. So this is funny. So somebody points out here, how does Flash connect to Man of Steel? So a major issue I've had with Zack Snyder's Man of Steel is Pa Kent's death scene, where Kevin Costner stops the young Henry Cavill as Clark from saving him from the tornado. Argue however you want. He's your dad, and I just can't see Superman not saving his dad. I think most fans can all agree on that. So we talked about things where it was brought up. If you do a close watch of Man of Steel, Clark didn't have his super speed yet. Somebody double check that for me, and also much like he also hadn't flown yet. Also, the reason Pa Kent stopped from his son from saving him is not to expose himself, but Zod forced Clark out anyway in Man of Steel. So what's going on? Doesn't Zack know what he's doing? Turns out Zack knew exactly what he was doing. I'm told Zack Snyder planned on having that Pa Kent death scene connect through Supergirl, which still made its way into the Flash movie. Pa Kent was afraid of Clark being exposed because he was afraid of something happening to a young Clark, which is something that exactly happens to Supergirl, getting captured by the Russians, depowered, and experimented on. So while fans and myself have complained about the Pa Kent death scene, it turns out Pa Kent was right because it happened to Supergirl. Everybody always complains about that scene. Everybody always wants to complain and say that's what their biggest issue with that and everything else. But I haven't watched Man of Steel in a while. And if this is all accurate, and that is the case, if Superman hadn't flown and hadn't had super speed yet at that point, like I think he saved a bus or something. But like that wasn't, that was his strength, right? So I don't know. And I can't even remember if this bus scene was before or after Pa Kent's death. But yeah, maybe so. Maybe that's the explanation everybody's been waiting for years on that, but I don't know. And yeah, it is true. We did see it in the Flash movie. That is exactly what happened to Supergirl. So I don't know. Does that make you happy? Does that make you sad? Is that satisfying enough for everybody? I don't know. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Power Rangers Genesis likewise. 96 animated version series of Superman. Yep, that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Exactly. No, I get that too. Everybody likes the tradition. A lot of people like the traditional narrative of Superman learning he can't do everything with Pa Kent dying from a heart attack. Yeah, I know. That's true too. Saved a bus by pushing out of the water before the tornado. That's what it was. Yeah, so it was just strength in that one. It was just his strength in that one. Yeah, that's what I thought. Manilo says, meh, sounds like a lot of copium. I figure that's probably how most people are going to. Most of the people that already hate the Cider movie because of that will probably absolutely agree with that. Everybody that likes the Superman of Steel is going to be like, see? Snyder's a genius. He had it planned all along. You're wrong. I need to tag Epic Mike in this one. I need to tab Epic Mike in this. Oh, there we go. I tag it. Now you have another argument against T-Day. Cobra. Oh. Oh, and I don't know when the last time they argued over Man of Steel. Well, actually, I think about it. Like, actually, I just saw something with Jeremy and Ryan the other day where they literally said they were arguing about it in the whatchamacallit, in something. I can't remember what it was. They were on their way to something. Hiding underneath the bridge, and there's a tornado was my biggest complaint. Hey, there you go, Cyberspeed. Mostly true with that series, though. I think the Max Fletcher did Superman and Clark better. Hey, there you go, Jared DeFaro. That is one I need to go back and watch. I haven't seen a lot of the Max Fletcher episodes. That's one of those ones I need to go watch. All right. There you go. Here he is. David Tennant open to a 14th Doctor return. Billy Piper says everybody needs to calm down. Spartacus, do you have that article over that studio thing? I thought I had that one, too. Do you have the article over that studio that's interested in it? Yeah, here was the Paramount executives were expected to meet on Monday. That got canceled. Excuse me. The People versus Gorilla Grodd. Hayden Christensen is reportedly in the final stages of signing a multi-picture deal with Disney Lucasfilm to star in a standalone Darth Vader feature film set in the Star Wars universe. I don't know anything about Boink Buzz. I have no idea how reliable they are. This just came across my timeline, and the only reason I even wanted to talk about this is because it lines up with every other Disney rumor that we have heard about Star Wars, that one of Bob Iger's last commands before he left was go back to what works. Bring back the stuff that fans love. Why was Ahsoka such a success? Of course, and why was Mando such a success? Luke, going back to traditional storytelling, right? Ahsoka, you had, of course, Hayden Christensen returning. So it's one of those situations where, yeah, this actually makes complete and total sense and would not surprise me at all if it's true. But as always, this is just a giant rumor from a source that I know absolutely nothing about. But it lines up with all of the reliable rumor sources that we have been hearing. So, boys and girls, love or hate it, Disney's going to probably end up giving Hayden Christensen a Darth Vader series. And you know what? Nothing else. Shout out to the guy. He's getting a paycheck. He's going to get paid. And hopefully it'll be good and the fans will actually love it. And hopefully it won't be as disappointing as the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. And hopefully they've learned a lot of their mistakes on that one. But if nothing else, hey, you know what? Hayden Christensen will get paid. And I appreciate that. He deserves it. Oh, man. Oh, the Max Fletcher stuff is technically in public domain. That would be cool. Thank you, Spartacus. Appreciate that, brother. Excuse me. It's from the Radio Times. We certainly hope to have a discussion with them. All right. Well, we got to start cutting videos. What should we do? DC, Doctor Who first. What should we do here? X-Men. I want to do the X-Men stuff together. National Treasure, Sydney Sweeney. Shetty Batman stuff. Put that together. Where do the lanterns? I'm surprised Cosmic Book News, I didn't have anything from them on the lanterns thing. Let me see. I scrolled a little fast. Let's see what else we got. Let's see if there was something I missed. They might not have gotten to it when I was doing stuff. Nova's on the edge. Haley Atwell tried to fix Captain Carter's Doctor Strange 2 death. Calls it a complete disservice. I kind of want to do that too. Yeah, Bonta cancels the Paramount settlement talks. Accuses Paramount of playing games. God, I've heard this guy's voice now, and he sounds like such a douche. So, yeah. All right. Guys, think about it for a minute. I'm going to go take a tinkle and get some more water, and then we'll figure out which one we do. We can do Disney layoffs first. We can do Disney layoffs as well. There's all kinds of fun stuff to do. There you go, an R-rated Darth Vader series. That would be cool. Yeah. slasher style horror wars with Darth Vader's hunting down Jedi like a Sith Lord, Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers. Yeah. Yeah, I think you and JR24 are thinking along the same lines. Yeah, that would be pretty freaking dope. That would be pretty freaking dope. All right. I have to tinkle, boys and girls. I will be right back. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you go. That's a nice water one, Cyberspeed. If Disney was smart, they'd do it because George Lucas did an R-rated movie with the director's cut of THX 1138. There you go. Spartacus, oh, my idea isn't rated R. More thriller, scary, but still can let your kids see it. Star Wars is a family franchise, in my view. That's fair. That's fair, too. That's fair, too. I don't know. So, yeah, so you could still do it like that. I mean, like, you didn't have to show Master Luke, or you didn't have to show Master Anakin murdering all of the children to still have that scene be extremely impactful. So I think that's fair, too. That's fair, too. But you can still put some fight scenes in there. And you can still show somebody losing an arm, right? They did that in the original Star Wars movie, right? So Obi-Wan didn't play. He cut Homeboy's arm off. Joe Dog Let's Play says, what's up? I'm so tired of universally beloved Spider-Man. I like publicly dislike Spider-Man better. There you go. There you go. Well, how is it in the new Spider-Man movie? I haven't seen it. Is he publicly disliked, Spider-Man? Besides just Jonah Jameson? I don't know. So, I don't know. Yeah, and to be fair, it's Star Wars, so they probably won't. It'll probably end up being like PG-13 level anyway. So, oh, he is universally beloved, Joe Dog? That's gay. I haven't seen the new one, so that's gay. That's gay. All right. That's all we needed the Collider article for. Fuck it. Let's just start with the Disney layoffs. Why not? Everyone loves him, and he had one police officer's number and is friendly with her. Oh, gotcha. That figures. Yeah. There's not enough of that. There's definitely not. Because especially in the classic comics, man, you had so long of the police being suspicious, and then it would go back and forth, right? Of all of that kind of stuff, too. So there'd be some cops that would think he's like, there was even disagreement among the cops in certain issues of the comic books, in the classic comic books, of them, like, being like, I don't know. So I don't know. So yeah, no, I can definitely understand where you're coming from on that one, Joe Dog. I can definitely understand where you're coming from on that one, brother. Which is probably why I didn't make $3 billion. Right? That's why it's not going to make $3 billion. Yeah. Well, Joe Dog, if nothing else, this should make you feel a little bit better. Disney's already offering early retirement packages to executives. Already after all of the massive amount of layoffs going on already. So, yeah, ongoing layoff and the elimination of over 1,000 roles in April, followed by a round of cuts in July. So, yeah. Yeah, we'll go over this one. This is going to be fun. This probably won't get too much traction on the new channel, but it'll be fun to do. Should probably do the lantern stuff first. Oh, man. Yeah, let's do lanterns first. All right. And do we have a Geeks and Gamers one on the lantern stuff at all either? Nope. Oh, I think we had one. We'll do lanterns first. Yeah, I think we'll do this one first. Well, you heard about that, right, Spartacus? H-1B1 Indians, are they hiring? I don't know. What was it? Trump's like revoking like 250,000 visas or some shit from places. Somebody even was like, oh, you could even include Ilana Moore. I'm sure she'll get some kind of exemption. You know what I mean? But yeah. Yeah, we definitely need to drastically cut back that shit. All the George Lucas Star Wars from have someone lose a limb. Yeah, see, there you go. So you can still have Darth Vader take a few limbs off, as long as he only does like one per episode or a couple per episode or something. Don't want it becoming a running gag anyway. Maybe have him take a leg at some point. So I just hope they don't make him into like Super Vader. That's the real thing that I'd be worried about. Right? Because his suit is meant to be restrictive. Right? He was never allowed an upgraded suit because of Palpatine, because Palpatine wanted to keep him restricted. So they can't have him doing flips and shit like that. So that is a good point, true. I forgot about that, Spartacus. Omar sadly got hers by faking a marriage with her brother. Yeah, that's probably true. Vader takes a head. Yeah, you could do that. As long as it's not all gory and blood gushing and stuff like that. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, it's the lightsaber shouldn't cause like blood to shoot out everywhere anyway, because it's going to cauterize the wound as soon as it cuts. So, yeah. So, yeah, you can still do that and be okay. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. You could have that happen. That'll be interesting to see how that goes. Yeah, his suit and also his own view on himself. That is true too. Yeah. Yeah, no, I can definitely understand that. It's definitely a little bit of both. He doesn't feel he feels he deserves the punishment as well, though. So yeah, 100% on that one. This is true, Spartacus. It does. Poor self-esteem causes bad performance. It does. Yeah, we don't need a super Vader. We don't need a super Vader. All right. Let's cut this video. Let's do some Green Lantern stuff, boys and girls. Because we are DC fanboys after all. We are DC fanboys after all. All right. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, it's Jesse with the Common Nerd, bringing you pop culture and all things ready through a common sense lens. And man, oh man, Green Lanterns was something that I think a lot of people had some hope for, right? Damon Lindelof's got a great pedigree. He's done some really good stuff in the past. The casting's pretty spot on, like especially our Hal Jordan and, of course, our Jon Stewart. I love the actor they cast as Jon Stewart. I think he's absolutely spot on, especially for the look. And, you know, I watched the first episode, and we're reviewing him on Thursday nights on our Is It Good show, right? With a Sunker Maiden, a Handy News joins us, Tiny But Fierce. And it's you know, and honestly, I went into this expecting the absolute worst. And a lot of people really don't like this series at all. You can go on X or social media, anywhere, and see a lot of those responses. And personally, I think it's completely and totally understandable. At best, I would give the first episode a 4 out of 10. I could probably be argued lower. I think there's enough Easter eggs for Green Lantern fans out there that you could get some semblance of joy out of it. Now, am I saying you should go out and watch this show? Absolutely not. But, boys and girls, like a lot of other people out there, I am a DC fanboy, and I could not help but at least give it a shot. And based on the numbers this show has gotten for the first episode out there, it looks like a lot of other people are going to be willing, or were willing to do the exact same thing. The only problem with this is, as we've seen in the past, Damon Lindelof is putting his foot in the mouth from going, well, we didn't want to use green because that's just dumb. Ha 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 ha. To now going, of course, fans don't want a direct representation of the source material. My God, why are we still having this conversation? Nobody wants it. The whole point of an adaptation is to change things. No, fans would actually like a one-to-one actually representation of the stories they've had in the comics. We're actually kind of sick and tired of all your adaptations. Birds of Prey, anybody, right? So it's one of them situations where, and it works out very well for the anime industry. I brought this up a million times, right? Manga and animes do really, really well because the animes, for the most part, stick almost directly to the source material. There's obviously still some changes and a few other things out there, but Black Clover is one of my favorites, and I literally bought up the manga that represented the last season because I know sometimes changes do happen. And it literally, the anime was a 1-for-1 recreation of the manga. So I didn't even need to buy it. And I still love it, right? And I still want to buy them all and watch it all. But at the end of the day, this is the attitude that Hollywood has had for a very long time because of their pride and their ego. And so we'll see how all of this ends up working out because as of right now, the numbers are looking incredible. 9.3 million viewers is something that a lot of people can call a giant success. But the problem is we've seen this happen a million times before. The marketing for something's good and it doesn't end up panning out. Peacemaker started out incredible and ended up failing miserably, right? Creature Commandos never really charted, and this is just the initial numbers. These aren't the Nielsen ratings, which are the gold standards. We won't get those for a couple of weeks, and that will honestly be the true determining factor as to whether or not this show is a success or a failure. But as of right now, that early release is good, but the problem is, will people stick around after the second and third episodes and end up dropping off? Especially when you have the showrunner saying stuff like this, claiming nobody wants adaptations faithful to the source material. Now, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, this is a channel called The Common Nerds. I don't know about all of you out there, but me personally, yeah, that's exactly like I'd like to see. That'd be a nice change of pace. And don't get me wrong, I love a lot of what Snyder did, but at the end of the day, it'd kind of be nice to see our honest to goodness villains represent what they always have and what everybody knows and loves about them. So boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to check out both of these articles. We're going to get into all of the juicy details, break down these numbers, and as to why, some friendly historical examples as to why no one should call this a success yet, and anybody out there touting that is simply going, well, they're putting their cart before their horse, ladies and gentlemen, and the rest of us should not be holding our breath on whether or not this thing will actually continue with these kind of numbers. And of course, go over exactly what our dear sweet Lindelof showrunner has said, as well as, of course, guess what? This stuff never goes over well with fans, and nor should it. But before we do, if you do enjoy our content, hit that like button, share with all your friends, and subscribe or follow if you have not already, boys and girls, because we are grinding, we are growing, and I could not do that without every single one of you. Also, if you'd like to support the channel, please check out the links in the description down below, because as always, I am just your working poor content creator, and I could not do this without every single one of you. All right, boys and girls, well, let's start off with the good news, and then we'll get on to the spicy stuff, shall we? HBO and Warner Brothers Discovery finally have a positive number to tout for James Gunn's new DC universe. The premiere of Lanterns drew 9.3 million global across-platform viewers across HBO and HBO Max during its first 3 days of availability, which essentially would have been Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Now, our Thursday night is a good show obviously didn't add to those numbers because it was a couple of days late, including 6.6 million viewers in the United States, according to Variety. Right? So it's one of them situations where that's kind of the fascinating aspect of this that is really good. And it makes sense that the majority of the numbers would actually end up coming from the United States. It's one of them situations. I'm just kind of curious as to where they actually get their numbers from. If it's just coming in, it looks like it's probably just coming on from reports of the studios. But so this could just end up being a little bit of marketing. Like I said, there's a reason why the Nielsen standards are considered the gold standard. But as of right now, this is what everybody's talking about. These are the headlines you're going to see. So that reportedly puts Lanterns among HBO's Max's 5 biggest series premieres, ahead of launches including The Penguin, which obviously went on to be a massive success and actually gained viewership as the show went on. It, Welcome to Derry, and True Detective Night Country, which, yeah, True Detective Night Country, that one based in Alaska with the chicks. Yeah, anyway. The premiere has also remained the #1 title on HBO Max's daily top 10 since its Sunday debut, which makes sense. It's the newest thing. Now with streaming and everything else like that, people aren't going out there right on Sunday nights to watch it, so they'll watch it throughout the week when they get a chance out there. But nonetheless, those Sunday night numbers are huge. There's certainly numbers Warner Brothers Discovery can celebrate, but anybody already declaring Lanterns a major success based on those 3 days should probably pump the brakes, because recent history across Marvel, Star Wars, and even Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, has reportedly demonstrated that premieres is not a good thing. 9.3 million is a good start, but not declaration of victory. Lanterns clearly generated curiosity and gave millions of people to sample a new television series. And this is one of those things that I wish we had access to the data that these streaming services have, because if we could actually know how long everybody actually stuck around for the first episode, right? Did they stay for 5 minutes? Did they stay for 10 minutes? Did they complete the whole episode? That would give us a much more assessment of how this will actually be, whether or not this is actually be successful. But of course, truth like that wouldn't exactly fit their marketing narrative, now would it? Right? The Lanterns trails Loki while matching Agatha's headline numbers, boys and girls. And we all saw how Agatha all along worked out. Now, didn't we, boys and girls? Loki came in roughly 1.6 million viewers higher. Disney reported that the WandaVision spinoff reached 9.3 million global viewers for your premiere, which also, according to Ling, is the exact same headline from Variety. Noticed how these numbers, remember, this is all reports from inside the company, and we don't know what they actually count as a view. Now, we know they've had to get a little more strict with that because of the advertising deals and all of that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, boys and girls, yeah, this number is not the industry standard for a reason. This is for headlines. This is for marketing and things like that. On the narrow comparison, Lanterns unquestionably had the stronger launch than Agatha, but that's the point. 9 million viewers by itself is not some magical threshold that suddenly establishes a television series as a cultural phenomenon. We saw what happened with Loki season 2. We reported that on our other channels. You can go check out the other archives for all of that kind of stuff if you're depending on what platform you're on, right? We talked about Loki. We talked about Agatha all along and how their series and their episodes dropped week after week. People lost interest. The exact same thing could happen here with Lanterns. That's why you can't argue this thing is a success just because it did the same numbers as Agatha all along, boys and girls. Not exactly a high bar. The Acolyte is another one you can talk about, right? 11.1 million views, right, is what Disney claimed for that series. And guess what? The Acolyte was the only series in the history of Star Wars, in the history of Disney, to get as close as we get to it, officially canceled within a month of it coming out, boys and girls. So exactly how big of a success was that? So you can go on. We've covered Rings of Power extensively. We've talked about this. Nielsen numbers will be the industry standard to tell us about that. But you know what's not going to help those numbers? You know what's not going to help this show gain any traction and potentially gain any more viewers from what it got from its premiere? Stupid stuff like this coming from the showrunner, because this stuff goes viral. These headlines end up on everybody's reels, they end up on everybody's talking points, and people out there who might have been willing to give your show a shot, or maybe were kind of questionable after watching the first episode, stuff like this, they're going to go, well, why would I expect anything different for the rest of the series, right? I don't know what's going to happen. I know we're going to keep watching it on Thursdays because I am a DC hardcore freak and I just cannot help myself, but I'm a completionist, boys and girls. The punishment will continue until the morale improves, and we certainly appreciate that oh so very much, ladies and gentlemen. So, as we've got over here from geeksandgamers.com as well, ladies and gentlemen, Lanterns executive producer Damon Lindelof has weighed in on the ongoing debate over Hollywood's treatment of the established intellectual property, claiming that he doesn't believe audiences actually want adaptations that remain completely faithful to their source material. Oh, really? Say that to literally the tens of millions of fans that have abandoned Marvel, Star Wars, DC, and name your every other favorite property out there that says otherwise. Do I need to bring up and scream about the Eternals again, ladies and gentlemen? But let's get down to exactly what he said. Speaking with The Hollywood Reporter alongside their comic book writer and fellow Lanterns producer, Tom King. Yeah, you know, the CIA spook that got planted inside of DC to write some of the most stupid and ridiculous stories ever. Of course, that's all strictly speculation, boys and girls. I cannot confirm any of this, but I mean, we did find out that there were government employees working inside of X, aka Twitter at the time. So would it really surprise you all that Tom King was a plant? Because as the old saying goes, once a spook, always a spook, ladies and gentlemen. So Lindelof was asked about the increasingly heated debate surrounding adaptations and fans who object when Hollywood dramatically changes established characters and stories. Lindelof described the parts of the conversation as insufferable. So basically he's saying, all of you fans out there that simply want a faithful adaptation to the source material, to the property that you invested millions of dollars in and thousands of hours of your time. I mean, in the case of collectively, we can talk about the fandom overall. You're talking quadrillions of hours, quadrillions of dollars among all of us, all because we actually love the source material that you're ripping off and using for your own personal egotistic nonsense. Damon. So yes, we actually would like that. And based on Marvel's track record, the Eternals, Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, Ant-Man and the Quantum Mania, and every other flop they've had for the last 6 or 7 years, yeah, I can say that maybe sticking to the source material might actually work. I know, strange concept. Huh, boys and girls? It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, oh, I don't know. How about Godzilla -1? Talk about faithful to the source material on a $15 million budget. How much did that movie make again? It's weird. It's almost like if you're faithful to the source material. Do we need to bring up One Piece? The most successful property on the planet right now, right? Makes more money off of one franchise than Disney, DC, and the rest of Hollywood have made in a profit in the last decade. Oh, but fans don't want you to be source material loyal. So this is what Damon Lindelof says. I love the frame on the question. I love how insufferable the discourse is. And at the same time, it feels like such a vital conversation. Oh, but it's insufferable? He argued that fans develop what he's described as a property interest in protecting properties after spending years reading, watching, discussing, and investing themselves in them. But Lindelof went on considerably further. According to Lindelof, changing established material isn't something that just sometimes happens during an adaptation. He believes the change is fundamental to the process. Well, I have to adapt it. We all just have to acknowledge that there's a level of hubris involved in taking on any of those pre-existing IPs. But to your point, it's called an adaptation. Oh yeah, your hubris has worked out real well for Hollywood, right? See our upcoming video on the thousands of people and all of the executives, the thousands of people being laid off and all the executives that are now being offered early retirement over there at Disney. You know, that place that owns Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar, all of those places. So how's that worked out for you, Damon? How's that going to work out for you? I wonder. He continued by saying the definition of an adaptation that resonates most with him is the source material is supposed to change and evolve. As the consumer and as someone who's making their stuff, there's almost a responsibility to take risks. Oh yes, you just have to do it, don't you? It's your responsibility. It's your duty to completely and totally bastardize and change what's worked for generations. For decades, Green Lantern has been successful. Is he as prominent as Superman and Batman? Of course not. But he has had a solid, loyal fan base that has always made him successful. Hell, even the Ryan Reynolds movie probably made a profit. And that thing was weird. But no, it's his responsibility, boys and girls. It's his Satan-given right to bastardize your source material. I don't think anybody wants to see you be completely and totally vigilant to the source material, because then it isn't an adaptation at all. We don't want adaptations. We want live action representations of our source material. You know those series that were like so successful in the 90s? Spider-Man, the animated series, X-Men, the animated series, Superman, Batman, the animated series. How about Justice League and Justice League Unlimited? Now, of course, there are slight changes to the source material, but you can basically pick apart every storyline in every one of those episodes and point back to a comic that it directly pulled from. Damon Lindelof having Hal Jordan get shot in the head and somehow his ring mysteriously disappear is not a storyline I could pull from any of these comic books. So yeah, Damon, like I said, see the anime and manga trillions of dollars of success they've had while Hollywood's doing massive layoffs, and explain to me again how nobody wants it. Lindelof ultimately asked, shouldn't we be beyond this conversation now? Oh my God, I can't believe we're still talking about this. You stupid peasants. Why don't you just listen to us? We're the auteurs. It's our Satan-given right to fuck all your shit up. We're going to, and we're going to keep on doing it. Well, that's okay, Damon, because nobody asked for a photocopy. It would be nice. I would take a photocopy. That's what he goes on to say. And that's his argument that he's going to make. And that's fine. He can make that argument all he wants. I would love a straight 1-for-1 recreation of Darkest Night in live action. I would pay good money. I would be there on opening weekend. I would drag all 6 of my kids to that opening weekend if it wasn't rated R. Which you can get away with PG-13 on that one. Right? But you don't want to do that. You want to make it your own. And since you're a one-trick pony with True Detective, well, it all feels identical. So enjoy these numbers while you can. Enjoy the headlines, because if this is the attitude you have and all of the lip service and Easter eggs that we've had in this show were probably forced in by you from somebody else and from some executive that wanted to remind you that, hey, by the way, you're making a Green Lantern show, right? Maybe, just maybe, we'll see how those numbers go. We'll see who gets the laugh last, Damon. Because at the end of the day, Lindelof, fans decide what succeeds and what fails. And you can have the headlines talking about almost 9 million viewers all day long. You can run around to all the Hollywood Reporters and Variety and everybody else, and they'll blow smoke up your ass and they'll suck your dick and everything else that you want. But at the end of the day, they've done all that for people just like OSHA in The Acolyte. You know, just like Kumar in The Acolyte. Agatha All Along. Loki Season 2. We've been over this time and time again. Because at the end of the day, the fans will decide what succeeds and what fails. And although a lot of fans, just like everybody else out there, are willing to give you a shot, right? Most people are willing to be honest brokers. That's why you got over 9 million people to watch your first episode. Because it was supposed to be a representation of Green Lantern. Because it's got some really good characters, some really good actors involved in it. And you've got a pedigree. Everybody loves True Detective. I think season 1 is phenomenal. But at the end of the day, that trust only goes so far. Because Star Wars had that trust at one point. Rings of Power had that trust at one point. Marvel had that trust at one point. And where are they now? Supergirl just lost hundreds of millions of dollars at the box office. When the Nielsen ratings come out for this show, we will know the truth. We will know the truth behind the hype and the headlines from inside of Warner Brothers Discovery itself. And when that day comes, you will find out, Damon, that guess what? Nerds and dicking with our properties is something you will lose. And every other person in Hollywood is the shining example. So call us insufferable all you want. Expect to be beyond this conversation, but we never will, because we're fans. And at the end of the day, we are the stewards of these properties, and we will show you what happens when you screw them up and you dick around with them and you violate one of God's most cherished commandments. Respect the father and the mother. You don't respect the parents of these properties, and you don't respect the people that pay you money to enjoy them. You are a poor steward, and the fans will pay you back in kind. Lanterns will end up failing miserably, just like every other DC project that has come out of James Gunn. And Damon Lindelof's attitude towards the fans and how they want their characters treated is everything you need to know, and all the reason you have in the world to understand why this will fail. Enjoy it, Damon, because fans decide what succeeds and what fails, and lanterns will fail and be forgotten. Handy News has rated the stream over on Pilled and over on Rumble and over on Rumble as well. I don't know. Let's see if it switches over. Let's see if I do my dancing dino video. Sometimes it does. No, it's already over. I can't switch over to the dino one now. But thank you for the raid, Handy. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so very much. Good to see you guys. All right, let's start off with Pilled here real quick. Oh, what do we got? Holy cow. Look at all you folks coming in. All right, who all said hi in the chat? Because if you're on Pilled, I'm going to say hi to you. Because they were showing everybody that came in, and I appreciate that. Limited access. Appreciate you, brother. Handy News. Coming in hard and regular, boys and girls. Donating only a can for 200 gold pills. Over on the Pilled side of the house is Can energy drink to stay awake during lanterns. There you go, Andy. I found some Rippets, which is like the military's energy drink. That's the shit you get when you're deployed. And I found them at our local Dollar Tree, and I bought one for me and the wife, and so we're going to try those. Probably do it Saturday before we work on the chicken coop. But thank you, Handy, for the 200 gold pills. You are the grease between our gears, keeping this machine running, and I could not do this without every single one of you. Thank you, Handy! A fine member of the Nerd Herd, which, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, you can become a member of the Nerd Herd for $5 or less over a month, depending on what platform you're on, getting us closer and closer to those 100 members. We need to keep the lights on around here indefinitely. So thank you guys so very much for that. Appreciate it, Handy! All right, limited access came in. Good to see you, buddy. The Frank. Please don't blow an aneurysm if I haven't yet. Oh, you haven't even seen it. You should watch some of my old videos. Appreciate that. Thank you, 17 George. Gun sold out. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely good to see you, George. Glad you guys made it in. Appreciate all you fabulous folks out there. All right, who came in over on the Pilled side of the house and said hi to, or on the Rumble side of the house and said hi to? Look at all you fabulous folks. Deeple 101. Hey, cool. Deeple's here. We can do our unboxing for Deeple, or technically in this case, unbagging. Handy News. Cassie's Rumble. Good to see you, sister. Rip a War Dog. Good to see you, buddy. Says, yeah, nobody wants Cannon. Salty Mulatto. Nerd. What up, Salty Mulatto? The Unsung Bard. Yep, The Witcher. There you go. Rip a War Dog. Good to see you guys. Appreciate you. Everybody hit that like and follow button if you haven't already, boys and girls. I appreciate you. Yeah, there you go. Unsung Bard. Shitty fandom. Shitty fanfic. There you go. Yeah, Damon Lindelof is retarded. Exactly, Deeple. Joe Dog says it makes me want to watch Team America World Police again. There you go. I've never actually seen that. Spartacus of Tim Kung isn't a spook. The very list is he travels in the same circles as the people who are buddy with Obama. And it's very strange. A lot of their friends got prominent positions in Hollywood and other pop culture places. Yep. Weird how that works, huh? But no, they're not plants. Rip War Dogs is never about how bad they finish the product. It's always the myopic fans' fault. That's right. That's right. Joe Dogs is not a Green Lantern fan, but Guy Gardner is my favorite. There you go. There you go. Nana Bear, glad you made it in as well. Dirk Gently, what up, buddy? Just keep losing money until you die then. These people do not care about you. Ooh, thank you for the new follows. Where's the new follow? Hold on. Oh, it didn't pop up. That's weird. That's weird. I might have to turn it off. I might have had to turn it off because I used this one for Sandra's Saturday night show too. Oh, let's see where they go. Yeah, but absolutely, Dirk Gently. That's exactly what they're gonna keep doing, buddy. You will know the truth by their actions. Exactly, Spartacus. Exactly. People says, now tell us how you really feel, nerd. That's right. Thank you, Super Trucker. That was a great rant. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Oh no. Anyway, this is Ripper War Dog. There you go. I love it. I love it. American Angle. Thank you, buddy. Says Lurkin. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you very much. It is scripture time. You're right. All right, what else do you guys think about over on YouTube, too? Because we are live all over the place. Hey, Nana Bear, thank you for the follow, sister. Appreciate you very much. Yeah, we crossed 1,700. We're going to do a 2,400. We're going to do a 24-hour stream now that we've crossed 1,700 over on Rumble. So we'll do that soon. I got to schedule that. So it'll be some point during the month of September. I just don't know exactly when, but we'll be doing one of those. And all the members will be able to come on for that one, too. So we just crossed that a couple of weeks. It's so weird, too, because like Rumble's numbers are weird because I get notifications all the time that new people follow. And then like the numbers don't change on my homepage. And I'm like, what is going on? What is going on? Just after they legalized propaganda in the American population. There you go. There you go, Super Trucker. Absolutely. They got jobs all over the media and Hollywood. Yep. There you go. People says Helldivers. We could definitely do that on the 24-hour stream. Absolutely. Absolutely. Nah, Manelis' map sounds like copium. Probably will, but probably is. Saw a story that Snyder can't. Oh yeah, we read that one earlier. Mostly true with that series, though. I think the Max Fletcher Superman City Clark. There we go. Oh, we read that part. There we go. Go back down. Vader should have a nightmare where he's fighting Anakin. That would be cool. It is scripture time. We got to do that too. Scripture time, boys and girls. It is 1 p.m. We have our verse of the day. Psalms 105 today, boys and girls. 105. For the Lord is good. His loyal love endures, and he is faithful through all generations. That's right. Psalms 100, boys and girls. Amen to that. For the Lord is good. His loyal love endures, and he is faithful through all generations. Psalm 105, boys and girls. Amen to that. Make sure you guys check us out on Sundays at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. We do a Bible study. We are currently in the book of Joel, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we got Joel 3 on Sunday. So come check us out for that. We appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all. Oh, thank you very much. Amen to that. Let's see here. Manila says, Ask Grok, rough estimate, about 100 to 140 million in domestic box office gross if all 9.3 million Lanterns premiere viewers first 3 day on X-Men had instead bought their theater tickets. Yeah, but that's not really a fair way to compare it, because then a lot of the 9.3 million wouldn't have gone and seen it at the theaters. They would not have done that. So getting somebody to sit back and watch something at the house is way easier than getting somebody to go to the theater and do it. Rationalized hackery to the fullest extent. Yep. Max S tier hack achievement award. There you go. Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Hero. Also Spectacular Spider-Man. There you go. There you go. There you go. Right? He is so, so good. Salty Mulatto. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what my wife just texted me and asked too. We're going to have to look that up. Is she actually dead this time though? Because that just happened like not too long ago. Dolly Parton's up with the Home Times. Oh, let's see what we got for news. Whoa, this is from People. Holy shit. The Daily Beast. Well, it's only from People so far. Yeah, there you go. WCYW. Holy shit. Wow. Damn. Her nephew, oh, wow. Her nephew, Brian Seaver, revealed the news in an Instagram post video. Oh, Jesus. Holy, well, let's watch the video. And that's her official account. Holy shit. Oh, hold on. You guys can't hear that. Hold on. There you go. Let me refresh and start it over. Holy shit. Yeah, Wikipedia. Everybody is. Tennessee News said it. There you go. Wow.
Hey, everyone. My name is Brian Seaver, son of Cassie Parton, and I'm representing the Parton and Owens family today, announcing the passing of my Aunt Dolly Rebecca Parton Dean, sister, sis, Aunt Granny to one generation and Gigi to the next. This video announcement is something Dolly asked of me years ago, before I fully absorbed it as a future reality. As her head of security for more than 2 decades, a role my father Larry held before me, I have imagined the heaviness of this moment, but haven't truly felt it until now. It is an honor that is mixed with absolute pride and great sadness. But sadness lies with us, not with Dolly. Dolly has lived in the light and is in the arms of Jesus, surely met by Carl, her parents, and countless others who have watched her and longed for her to meet them in the heavens. I first went on the road with Dolly as a kid, getting a taste of the road life in the early 1980s. Dolly opened doors not just for me, but for her entire family to reach the potential we didn't even know was possible. Dolly also opened doors for generations of singers, songwriters, musicians, and dreamers from every walk of life and across every continent. By her example, we believe that anything was possible. She never saw a door she couldn't open, and the doors she opened made and changed history. My family and I have shared a lifetime of beautiful memories with Dolly, but so have you. She has always been on your television, your record player, your CD, and on your phone playlist, becoming an extended part of your family whether you liked it or not. Our family and the team she has entrusted with her legacy will work diligently to ensure her spirit will live with us forever. Dolly was a farmer, just like her daddy. He farmed the soil, she farmed songs and happiness. Dolly called me and said she wants to rest in a beautiful bed of plush cotton because after a life wearing heavy rhinestones, she finally deserves to be comfortable and have some rest. Rest in peace, Aunt Dolly, Aunt Granny, Gigi. May God bless Dolly Parton, and may God bless you all. She will always love you.
Damn. Wow. Wow. 2025. Her husband just passed last year. Wow. Yeah. They say, I mean, they'd been married for 60 years, and that happens a lot. That happens a lot. That happens a lot. Even happened with my grandfather to a certain degree, I honestly believe. That is wild. Rest in peace, Dolly. Wow. Wow. It does seem to happen a lot, doesn't it, Super Trucker? It does. Super Trucker's got 20 years back. You'll make it, Daddy. You'll be fine. Yeah, she's with Chuck Norris now. That's true, too. Yeah. Wow. God bless her indeed. Salty Mulattoes has always liked her music, acting, bigwig, boobs, big boobs, everything. That's right. All of it. Yeah, Dolly Parton, dead at 80-year-old. Wow. Rest in peace, Dolly. Indeed, Razor. Indeed, buddy. Razor Ramon. Deeple says I don't like getting old. Nah, none of us do. They're working on that too, though. Wow. That is crazy. Yeah, a couple of that close doesn't normally last that long apart. No, it's true. And there's a lot of theories behind that, but yeah. That's wild. That is wild. Rest in peace, Dolly. Rest in peace. Damn. That is wild. That is wild. Yep. That is wild. Yeah, probably died from a broken heart, essentially. That's wild. I don't want to talk about it too much. I want to bone like a big baby. Oh, man. That's horrible. Well, sad for us. Good for her. Sorry, texting the wife back. It's her nephew, right? Isn't that her nephew? Yeah, nephew. Wow. That is nuts, man. That is absolutely nuts. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. Yep, that's true. Oh yeah, I should be with the gambler too. There you go. I've always said there's some very good music in heaven because we've lost a lot of good artists over the last few years. It must sound the music in heaven's gonna be excellent when we get there. Bible studies Sunday at 2 p.m. boys and girls. Welcome back, Handy. You just missed the Dolly Parton death stuff. Hey, Dolly and Whitney can now be in God's choir together. Hey, there you go. I like that idea. I love that. Yeah, 9 to 5 and Steel Magnolias. Oh yeah, my grandma had a cassette tape of Dolly that I used to listen. We used to listen to that in the car all the time. White Limousine. That's the reason why my grandmother rented one when we went to Vegas. Like my aunt and her saved up enough money for all three of us to go to Vegas for a few days. Yeah, we rented a white limousine to take us from the airport to the hotel just because my grandma loved that song and always wanted to ride in one. So, yeah, there you go. There you go. I love it. I love it. Yep, choirs in heaven got another voice. Hey, there you go, Handy News. Going to play Jolene tonight. There you go, buddy. I was adding it to my show map, too. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Very talented singer-songwriter. 100%. 100%. Yeah, man. Oh, man. Wild. Wild on that one. There you go. Glad, yeah, Jolene was another good one. My God, I can sing all the words of that song. Yeah, I can sing all the words of that one. I like how he said that too. She was part of your extended family, whether you liked it or not. I loved that. I loved that. I love that. I absolutely love that. I absolutely love that. That's wild. Wild. That is wild. All right. Well, on to happier news. Disney's massive layoffs. I mean, it's only happy news, I guess, from a certain perspective. Not for the people getting fired. If you're getting offered early retirement, that's a pretty sweet gig, though. Indeed, Dirk. Rest in peace, Dolly. Indeed, brother. Indeed, brother. Oh. Yeah. As far as I know, he was a regular guy. Yeah, as far as I know. I don't know too much. I mean, yeah, I'm not one of those dig deep into, people's personal lives aren't really something that I concern myself with too much. Unless they're in a bikini on a beach somewhere. But shout out to there's a couple of the Variety articles I follow. Anyway, it's just one of those things like I never really dug too much into that. It's like, you'd see the headlines, and that's about as far as I ever got. Absolutely American Angle. Absolutely very sad loss. So yeah. There you go. Schadenfreude is often its own reward. There you go, Spartacus. From a certain point of view. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Yeah. Well, make sure you guys go check out Handy News tonight. He'll be playing Jolene on his evening stream. So everybody should put a little of that on. That'd be cool stuff. There you go. I love it. I love it. Oh, excuse me. All right. See how many more videos we can get done before I got to go get the bubbles at 3 o'clock. All right. We got a couple more to go. Lord be with me. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, it's just with Common Nerd, bringing you pop culture and all things nerdy through a common sense lens. And it's one of them situations where when I do these videos, I'm not trying to really dance on anybody's grave, right? I'm not trying to and I mean that metaphorically, not literally, right? Like, I'm not trying to go out there and be like, I'm happy that all these people got laid off. I'm happy that all these people got fired, that people are being offered. I mean, the people being offered early retirement, I am happy for them. But like all these other massive layoffs, but I like to bring these up and I like to remind everybody what's going on, because the question always is, the question people get and the thing that is asked a lot of the time, and I see it in my comments section all the time, is, Hollywood's done all of this stuff for so many years. They've done all this stuff. They've disrespected their fans. They've disrespected their audiences. They tried to put out all of this garbage propaganda stuff, in the guise of some of our favorite IPs, whether it be Star Wars or Marvel or DC or any of that kind of stuff out there. And a lot of people asking, where are the consequences for this? Why aren't these companies going bankrupt? Why aren't these companies disastrous dumpster fires? Well, the only reason why they don't get anything ever truly goes bankrupt in Hollywood is because somebody else ends up buying it. Obviously, we've seen that with Warner Brothers time and time again over the last decade or so, if not a little bit longer at this point. But when it comes to Disney, that's always the question, right? Why hasn't this company gone bankrupt? They've clearly lost billions of dollars, yada, yada, yada. I mean, there's arguments to be made. They've lost trillions of dollars since they bought Star Wars in 2016, and all that kind of stuff's kind of gone downhill. But at the end of the day, boys and girls, yes, they are losing, and they are losing massively. And the reason why Disney is not bankrupt, well, there's still people to fire, boys and girls, and a lot of those are actually coming from the executive suite. And although they're not technically being fired, the people that are being responsible for all of these actions are actually getting offered their own little settlement. They're offered their own way out the door, because early retirement options are what comes before they actually end up firing people. If you've ever been at a major corporation that has gone through trillions of dollars of losses and massive uncertainty over the past few years, this is what happens. They always offer early retirement first, so that way, hopefully, they can get rid of enough of you to go out the door before they have to actually start officially firing people. So this is the calm before the storm. This is the, hey, we'd like you to leave now before we have to fire you kind of situation. This is on top of the thousands of layoffs that's already currently going on with Disney just this year, across Marvel, across Pixar, across Star Wars, on top of the tens of thousands of layoffs they've had over the past few years, whether it be their parks or their Hollywood side of the house. It's all floundering. It's all failing. And this is just another example of it. And since one of our favorite things to do around here is to document the disastrous dumpster fire of all things Disney, boys and girls, this is just the latest example of that. So we're going to go over the juicy details of this article, seeing what kind of early packages they're offering, as well as remind you of all of the thousands of people that are already currently losing their jobs inside of Disney. And you know what? At the end of the day, it is going to suck for a lot of those people. But if they are talented, if they are one of the good ones left inside of this company that has produced some good quality stuff over the generations, then guess what? You will be just fine, because there is an absolute desperate need for good creatives out there creating good, honest stories. Obsession, anybody, boys and girls? So yeah, maybe hitch yourself to a good wagon like that. But before we do, if you do enjoy our content, hit that like button, share with all your friends, and subscribe or follow if you have not already, boys and girls, because we are grinding, we are growing, and I could not do that without every single one of you. Also, leave us a comment in the section down below later what you think about all of this. Are you sad to see some of these people go? Does it suck to see that all of these executive decisions and all these stupid head of studios like Kevin Feige and our dear sweet Dave Filoni, Kathleen Kennedy, I don't name your other favorite executive over there at Disney that screwed things up? It does suck for those people. Do you feel bad about that, or is this one of the situations where this is kind of what happens when you work for a massively evil corporation that the Disney has unfortunately become? Let us know what you think about it in the comment section down below. If you'd like to support the channel, please check the links in the description down below, because as always, boys and girls, I am just your working poor content creator, and I could not do this without every single one of you. Alrighty, boys and girls, from Nelly Andrava over at Deadline.com. Disney is offering voluntary early retirement packages to executives. And this is an exclusive from Deadline as of yesterday, depending on when you're watching this. As part of Disney's cost reduction efforts, i.e., we've lost trillions of dollars and we've got to get rid of a bunch of the bloat because we're losing money. And guess what? We'd like there to be a Disney corporation in the future. The company is offering long-time executives early retirement. You know, those people that have been responsible for all the abominations over the last 20 years? Yeah. laid out an internal memo sent by Disney EVP and Chief People Officer Sonia Coleman this morning to employees ranked director and above. The company is introducing voluntary retirement offer. Vero. That makes it sound better. A time limited, which means take it while the getting's good before we fire you, company-sponsored program that will give eligible executives the opportunity to retire now with an enhanced retirement package that recognizes their service and contributions. It's cheaper for them to pay you and get rid of you than it is to keep you around over the years to come. Not to mention, you're clearly not offering them anything of value anymore. The offer comes amid ongoing layoffs, with the elimination of 1,000 roles announced in April, followed by a round of cuts in July. Of course, they didn't give us specific numbers for that one. They just told us basically it was going to be everywhere, including the parks. And Disney CEO Josh D'Amora and CFO Hugh Johnston telling investors earlier this month that more are coming. Like, that just shows you how bad it is for Disney, how much they have lost by going down this path of identity politics over the last few years. This is something that's happened every year over, I would argue, probably the past 5 years. Oh, look, it's Disney layoff season. I wonder who's going to get fired now. And at this point, it's literally like almost all year long at this point. It's like Disney's quarterly layoffs. I don't know how much longer how many more people do they even have to fire at that company? Well, clearly plenty more. So this is what Coleman wrote in a memo. This is one of the several actions we're taking to reshape our organization, including involuntary staff reductions, i.e. you're getting fired. They have already begun in some areas, and it will continue into next year. The firings will continue until the bloat improves. The beatings will continue until audience morale improves, and we actually start making money again. This is a company that is upside down. You don't offer your executives early retirement packages unless you're trying to cut the bloat. And clearly, that's what Disney is doing. The Veros are a variation of voluntary buyouts with age as a factor. Eligible for early retirement are US-based executives, director through EVP level across Disney Entertainment, which means Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar, all Disney Animation, all of it. ESPN, but ESPN's making them so much money. And corporate, including those working outside of the U.S. on a temporary assignment through DISA, right? So even your corporate executive, doesn't matter what section of the company you work for, you're up for eligible retirement before they find a way to fire you. Who meet the threshold of 65 points calculated by adding up their age and the number of years they've been worked for Disney, with a minimum age of 50 and at least 10 years at the company. So essentially, if you're 60 and above, you're ready to go out, right? Even if you got hired on the company at 50, it's time out, right? You can leave. Honestly, that's a pretty good deal. And considering the way Disney's going, I'd get out while the getting's good. But that's just this humble common nerd's personal opinion, boys and girls. So there you go. The offer does not apply to employees on contract, which means that most high-level Disney executives do not qualify. This is essentially middle to upper middle management. The guys inside the C-suite, the guys sitting around the board, this doesn't count for you. You've got a long-term contract. You're locked in. We're never letting you go. Unless you screw up and continue to cause us to fail, which then we're going to fire you and get rid of you. The earlier retirement package includes a separation pay of up to a year based on tenure and level. For the length of the severance period, departing executives will be entitled to a health care and employee rates. Yay! The package will also be continued vesting of existing equity awards for the next 3 years, something Disney employees don't get to keep when they exited Disney unless they retire. The offer comes with another perk that has been reserved only for Disney retirees upon leaving the company. Continued Silver Pass access for life, providing free entry to the Disney theme parks outside of blackout dates. So essentially at this level, you get to go to Disney basically whenever you want for the rest of you and your family's life. Accepting the early retirement offer does not preclude those taking it from getting a new job. No non-competition agreements. It does include a non-competitor or compete or other restrictions on future employment at other companies. So who get hired during or after their severance period will be able to keep their separation pay. Okay, so essentially it does have a non-competitive agreement in it though. So it doesn't stop you from getting a new job, just can't be in the same industry. If they're still on the Disney health insurance at the time of them joining another company, they are expected to switch to health care provided by their new employer. Eligible executives will have a defined election window, the length of which is unclear, which obviously be more internal to the individual executives. Following a confirmation period, Coleman stressed that participation is entirely optional and no eligible executives are required to elect the offer. Yeah, that's corporate speak for, well, I mean, not right now anyway. Still, with layoffs expected to continue under an initiative launched by new Disney CEO to streamline operations, qualifying executives likely would be enticed to take the Bureau offer if they think their job is in danger. Yeah. Voluntary buyouts offer better terms than involuntary staff reductions. Yep. Better to take it while the getting's good. In her memo, Coleman noted the Bureaus and her planned layoffs are part of the plan for meeting reduction, cost, or earnings call, yada, yada, yada. They've been planning on these firings for a long time. Says we are midstream and will work to provide future updates on our progress. Basically, the firings are not done. The statements have reinforced by Johnson on the early calls later that day. After tomorrow and April revealed layoffs affecting up to 1,000 employees, Disney in July eliminated several hundred positions with Pixar and National Geographic. You know, Pixar, section of the company that just made $1 billion movie. Yeah, even they're getting laid off. So yeah, how well is it going over at Disney again? In terms of early retirement packages, this is the first such offer in recent memory. There have been a couple of voluntary buyouts during the past 25 years. The March 2001 sweep during reductions of 4,000 jobs globally came through a combination of voluntary buyouts and subsequent layoffs. They had to go back 25 years to give any amount of examples of this. In 2009, the company offered voluntary buyout packages to more than 600 executives at its U.S. theme parks unit. That shows you how much worse this is. This isn't just theme parks, right? This isn't global layoffs of 4,000s. This is the worst layoff in the history of the Disney Corporation, at least for the past 26 years. Right? They had to go back 25 years to even find an amount of number that is even close to what Disney has laid off in the past 5 years. 4,000 jobs in 2001 and only 600 executives in 2009. Now they're offering this all the way across the board. So explain to me again how box office numbers don't matter to these mega corporations. Explain to me how ratings on these television shows are never going to make a difference to these corporations. How they'll continue to go on doing this forever. They'll never stop. Well, eventually they're going to have to, because we've already seen a massive reduction in Marvel output. The 2 or 3 movies a year are gone. It's 1 movie a year for the foreseeable future, and maybe 2 a year come 2028. Maybe. It depends on how well Doomsday, Secret Wars, and X-Men do at the box office. And considering Disney's track record, they don't exactly have a lot of hope for things, boys and girls. So yeah, you want to know what's going on? You want to see the massive layoffs? Here's another example. And this is why Disney's trying to change its ways. This is why Doomsday and Secret Wars is happening. The goal is to erase all of the characters and the storylines that have flopped miserably. Essentially everything post-Endgame. Which is why Endgame is getting re-released in theaters with additional footage, boys and girls, and it'll probably make another $1 billion at the box office, if not more. Because fans are desperate for good old Marvel. Fans are desperate for good old Star Wars, right? That brand might be beyond repair, but Marvel still has a chance. Because comic book fans have been through reboots, have been through redos and reassessments of characters. We've been through a new #1 on a lot of major characters out there, boys and girls. And as long as you stick to the source material, as long as you stick to the characters that we've always known and loved, guess what? It's going to work out for you, and it's going to be successful. Spider-Man Brand New Day might not be the perfect Spider-Man movie ever, but you know what? It made over $2 billion at the box office because superheroes and sci-fi have never been dead and never will be. It all depends on the people behind it because fans don't change. Executives at Marvel, Disney, DC, and every other major corporation in Hollywood do. Because at the end of the day, like I've said for years, fans decide what succeeds and what fails. And they have weighed Disney and they have found them wanting. So now Disney has to get a whole lot lighter to try to balance out those scales and get some semblance of a profitable company again. And at the end of the day, every single one of you out there, take heart because you did that. You brought a $1 billion, $1 trillion corporation down to its knees and caused it to have layoffs it has not seen in over 25 years, boys and girls. Fans decide what succeeds and what fails. And fans have decided Disney should fail. And these layoffs are just the latest example of that, boys and girls. Whee! Hey, thank you, American Angle. Well, good. Make sure you hit the follow button over there on Pilled. We're doing pretty good over on Pilled, too. And we put all of our videos and all of our shorts over there, buddy. So I appreciate you. Thank you, man. I'm glad Handy rated you over here, too. Captain, have fun. What's up, buddy? This is my man. My surgery went well. Praise be to the Lord. Took almost 8 hours. Holy cow. But I'm better. Was Spider-Man Brand New Day good? I have not watched it. But everybody seems to enjoy it. Everybody seems to enjoy it. I'll watch it while I recover if you think it's good. I got you. I got a screener. Oh, there you go. Well, yeah, if you got a screener, watch it, dude. I mean, the thing's made over $2 billion at the box office. So obviously most of the fans have enjoyed it. So yeah, absolutely. Good to see you. Praise be to the Lord. I'm so glad that went well. So glad. I know I was praying for you. So I appreciate that. And I think we even prayed for you on one of our Bible studies too. So there you go. There you go. There you go. That's right, Manolo. Hit that like button. Appreciate you guys. Oh, man. Yo, yeah, we got to do the unboxing. Thank you for reminding me of that, Deeple. Thank you for reminding me of that. Tragically, it's never people in the administration or management. It's always the lower employees. How much did Bob Iger did damage? Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, so, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes fans send me things. A lot of this stuff in the background is actually fan sent. My little Nomi, so I never smoke alone, was from Tiny. Captain Jack Harkness was from one of you guys donating direct donations on Rumble or on Cash App, I think. Our Nightwing back there was from Spartacus. He did a direct donation while we were at a con for that one. That comic book right there is from Loverdose Inc. My Star Wars comic book is from Loverdose Inc. My wife got me that plate back there. I can't remember who got me the Dalek. I think Ironcaster got me the Cyberman Dalek decoration. So yeah, and then I've got cards from the kids and from Griffin for birthdays and stuff like that too. So I love it when you guys send me stuff. I got a bunch of these books back here are from another supporter too. All of my Star Wars books. A lot of this stuff is. So I love it when you guys send me stuff. So yeah, Loverdose Inc. sent me a bunch of records and all kinds of stuff too. So our dear sweet Deeple, 101 was at a con not too long ago and saw something awesome, who is also another fine member of the Nerd Herd as well. Appreciate Deeple. And you know what? This is always cool. So he got us some stuff and he told me what this was. It's some Warhammer Space Marine stuff, but he found a bunch of really cool Legos for folks out there. And so here we go. Look, there's a Ziploc baggie, right? Open it up like a proper cokehead. There you go. I had a buddy of mine at work teach me that. He used to do meth. He used to do a lot of meth. He's sober now, though. Praise be to the Lord. But yeah, aviation will do that to people. So here we go. Let's see what we got here. Absolutely, Captain. Have fun. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. All right. And we got, boys and girls, I forgot to tell you all, we got Culture Casino this Sunday night on Doctor Who, unless the boss finds something for him to do. We've got Culture Casino on Doctor Who this Sunday night, so make sure you guys don't miss it. That's made me, Captain Have Fun just made me think of that because I got to have him on as a guest at some point in the future for something too. So, boys and girls, as you all know, as you can see back here, well, you can't see it because it's under the comic book, but I got my, that's another birthday card. I got my Dark Angels Codex supplemental. I'm a Dark Angels fan. Hail the Lion! All right, the first Legion, boys and girls, the one that everybody else comes from. And our dear sweet Deeple went, because a lot of these places make like custom Legos and do all kinds of really cool stuff like that. And so, although obviously, got me a Dark Angel Lego. And I mean, look at this. I mean, it's even got the heraldry on the arms and everything. I can't remember which one. I'll have to look at my codex to see which group that comes from. Let me see if I can get it to zoom in on it a little bit better. Hold on. There you go. Now it's zoomed in on him. No, stay zoomed in on him. Don't zoom in on my finger. It's trying to get me again in the face. All right, hold on. A lot of time, put your hand behind it. It works a little better. Completely blocking the camera. There you go. But look at that. Look at him. There we go. Look at him. Look at him. Try to keep him in front of my face. Oh. There we go. I love it. Got the Aquila on his chest. Oh, I love it. Got his power armor pack in the back. Oh, this is actually a jump pack. That's a jump pack. Oh, that's even cooler then. That is so dope. I love that, Deeple. Thank you, dude. That is an awesome little find. Yeah, it's even painted for the jump packs back here and everything. God, somebody put some work into this. That is glorious, dude. That is absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Deeple. That is so dope, dude. I'm going to have to get me like a whole little stand and a little Lego thingy back here to put him off. I got to make sure I keep this away from the kids, too. I got to make sure I keep that away from the kids. Mr. Zhao, I see you. That is so cool. Thank you, Deeple. I appreciate that, brother. You guys are awesome. We'll have to put him over here with the Nintendo. Put him on top of the Nintendo. Then, by the way, this is also my very first painted Dark Angel. I don't have any of them. I don't have any of mine painted. This is my very first painted Dark Angel. Thank you, Deeple. I appreciate you, brother. That is very kind of you. You are the grease between our gears, keeping this machine running. I could not do this without every single one of you. Thank you, Deeple. Tilt his legs back a little bit. They're a little. He's a little heavy. There we go. Stick him back there. There we go. There we go. I love it. That is great. Thank you, Deeple. That is so dope, dude. That is so dope. He should have some weapons. Oh. Let me see. Something else in the bag that I missed? Maybe it fell out when I unraveled everything. Hey, there it is. There's a bolter. I got a bolter. Oh, wait, that's not a bolter. That's a plasma. That's a plasma pistol. That's a plasma pistol. I found it. Is it just the plasma pistol or is there a chain sword too? All right, Power Ranger Donnie. Appreciate you, buddy. Was it just the plasma pistol? All right, we got to put his plasma pistol on. Was it just the plasma pistol or did I drop something else? Whoa. Let's give him his plasma pistol. There we go. There we go. It fits too. Perfect. Perfect. Now he's got his plasma pistol too. That is so dope. Should be a chainsword too? Okay, let me look. I might have to stand up. It might have fallen in my lap somewhere when I unrolled that thing. Let's see what we got here. All right, we'll put him right over here. It might have fallen out. Let's find out. Hold on. Make sure I look in the light before I... All right. Nothing fell out of my shirt. Nothing else in the bag. And I mean, I'd see the chainsaw. My floor ain't that damn dirty. It's actually not bad at all. Oh, wait! Hey, there was another bag. It got caught by my fan. There we go. There was another bag. It got caught by my fan. Perfect. 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 Well, the chainsaw's got to go in the left hand then. Chainsaw's got to go in the right hand, I mean. No good Space Marine would be using his chainsword with his weaker arm. Not like Space Marines really have a weaker arm, but still. Yes, boys and girls, Common Nerd is a Warhammer fan. Whoa, who's raiding us? Any Derivative Jew! Who I will be on a stream with her soon. Is raiding the stream. Hold on. Oh shit, my mic's muted. Holy shit, how'd that happen? How long have I been muted for? There we go. Yeah, the fan just grabbed it and blew it. There we go. Plasma pistol and a chainsaw. That is dope. Thank you, Deeple. I appreciate you, brother. That is so cool, man. That is so cool. Thank you, dude. That is awesome. That is so awesome. I love it. My little Dark Angel. My first ever painted Dark Angel. It's a Lego one. Thank you, Deeple. That's so dope, dude. That is so dope. There we go. We got our loyal Space Marine right back there. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you, man. That's so dope. There you go. Oh, since the raid sound, I probably accidentally hit the button when I was trying to see if I could find a thingy-mabobber for that. So, but thank you, Annie Derivative Jill. Go check out Annie Derivative Jill, boys and girls. She's awesome. She's awesome. Mr. Zhao. That's dope, dude. I was muted for just a second. I was. I saw the button, though. The Lord, I saw it. Good to see you, Mr. Zhao. I love that. What is that? Oh, that is a Space Marine. Oh, I love that. Thank you, dude. I love you guys find those stickers because their search thing for stickers doesn't work so great. Yeah, I saw that one. I commented on your post on that one. The Dean Cain prototype figure in costume. Yeah. Oh, compared to the Hush one. Still waiting on the head sculpture and boots. Yeah, there you go. I think I replied to that one. There you go. Captain Evans is hot. He had me checking my audio. Yeah, that's why I try to make sure I don't do stuff like that because it does. I don't want you guys to be like, oh my God, what's going on? So yeah, thank you again, Deeple. That is so dope, man. That is so dope. And Editor of Jill, thank you for the raid, sister. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, go check out Editor of Jill if you haven't already. Now look at that, 24 people over on Rumble. Appreciate that. Everybody smash that like and follow button if you haven't already. Tim Hayes, our very first channel member ever. Which, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, you can become a channel member for $5 or less a month. We know what platform you're on. We appreciate you so much. Good to see you, Tim. Hail and bonjour. Yes, bonjour, Mr. Terry 254. Absolutely. Absolutely. You saw the light. I did see the light. I did. It was the red light. It was the red light. It was telling me, hey, you're muted. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. We'll have to check that out then. Sweet. All right. All right. We only got another hour. So I got to get some more water. And then we got to see if we can bang out a couple more videos. See if we can bang out. We got to bang out at least one more. Hopefully we can bang out two more. We'll see what else we got. We'll see what else we got. So I'm going to get some more water. And I will be right back, boys and girls. No, it's not Emperor's Children. It's even better than Emperor's Children, Deeple. It's the Dark Angels. It's the First Legion. Hail the Lion! All right. I had to grab a snack too. I forgot to eat after my workout this morning. I actually did get my workout in this morning. I was very happy about that. Tim Hayes, who's been a channel member over on the new YouTube channel for 26 months at the Normie Nerd level. Says, hail, Bubba Jesse. Hail, Tim Hayes. Appreciate you, brother. That is a very long time. 26 months. That is awesome. That is awesome. I love it. I love it. Thank you very much, Tim Hayes. I appreciate it. Yeah, Tim Hayes was our very first channel member when we got monetized on the old channel. Right after the whatchamacallit got us monetized, we did a video over the nose over oh god, I'm having a brain fart right now. Anyway, one of the law tubers, and I did a video over him, and yeah. So yeah, absolutely. I have lost a lot of weight. I lost a lot of weight since I started this channel. I'm pretty close back. I think I don't know where I'm at right now because I haven't weighed myself lately, but I think I'm still right around my high school weight. So I have to wear medium t-shirts now, which I don't think I've worn a medium t-shirt since middle school. But yeah, the large is even a Walmart large. A regular large is fine, but a Walmart large, I swim in those damn things. That's really cool, Deeple. I love that. Glad you like the Dark Ages Lego. The guy had a lot of them at con, a lot of anime, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, all that stuff. That's awesome. Yeah, Ricada. Yeah, Rackets. Yeah, I did a video over him because there were some of the guys that did some bullshit over some bullshit, did some backstabbing. Because I mean, you know what? Shout out to all the other law tubers out there, but like Rackets was kind of leading the charge on all this stuff, despite his fallout, despite everything that's happened with him and everything else with his family and all that other kind of craziness. Like, it's one of them situations where like, it's one of them situations where, excuse me. It was one of those situations where it's like people were like, oh, you know, he was never shit. And, you know, we did all this on our own and yada, yada, yada. I'm like, fuck you. That's not true at all. That's just a lie. And like, yeah, Rackets went completely and totally off the deep end. But like any of those guys out there that said that he didn't have some kind of, especially the guys that were on his streams, if you try to go out there and say he did not have some impact on your career, you're a damn liar. You know? And so, and that was back before Rackets, before we found out about everything else. Oh, I know he's still streaming. Oh, I know he is. I follow him on Locals. I get his notifications on Locals whenever he goes live, whenever he posts. So, yeah, he was one of the first guys to really make Locals a huge thing too. He was one of the first ones doing the Rumble exclusive streams and all of that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Yep, that's Tim Hayes. Oh, yeah, same name. Same name for all the way back in the day. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. On Camelot stream? Yeah, man. I believe that. You got to think, you also have to always take it with anything Racket says, you have to take it with a grain of salt because the motherfucker was half lit most of the time, too. Well, still is, probably, I'm sure. That boy needs Jesus and AA. That boy needs Jesus and AA. But yeah, I believe it. He'd be an incredible resource. His mind is awesome. He would be an incredible resource if he could get off all the drugs. If he could be sober. If he could be sober, I think he'd be an incredible, because he's got an incredible mind. And the way he can explain things to people and stuff like that, he's got a lot of talent. So, but we've seen plenty of people with talent go downhill because of drugs and alcohol. So, yeah. Back when Rumble had the boxing gloves instead of the thumbs up. I don't know when Rackets was on. Did we still have the boxing gloves back then? I know when I first started to stream, I know when I first created a Rumble account, we still had the boxing gloves. So, yeah. Exactly, Captain Have Fun. Yeah, that was kind of my whole point. Without Nick, there wouldn't be half of LawTube. It was his clips from Rittenhouse I saw on YouTube that brought them to my attention. Him calling me gay made me laugh so hard. See, that's perfect. That's perfect then. I'm glad you weren't offended by it. That's fucking great. Oh, so I love that. Yeah, that's totally fucking rackets. Yeah. Yeah, he's fucking crazy. So let's just pray for his sobriety, boys and girls. Let's pray for his sobriety on that one. Like I said, a lot of talent in that man. A lot of talent in that man. Hate to see it go to waste. Hate to see it go to waste. All right. We need to get a couple more videos done. I don't think we're going to get an X-Men one today because I really want to do the Doctor Who and the DC stuff. Which I know the X-Men one would probably get a few more views, but oh, Doctor Who's just my thing. I can't help myself. Oh. Yeah, Rittenhouse and Depp. 100%. Yeah, Depp and Rittenhouse, 100% on that one. Yeah. Yep. It happens, though. I'm glad I quit drinking. Because I know, like, it's one of those situations where it's like, my drinking probably screwed up some of the stuff that we were doing on here and how well things were going for a little while. But that's okay. We've got another channel that we're going to use just for videos. And we'll keep shorts and live streams on this one. And guess what? We won't unlist these live streams anymore because we just live stream on this channel too much. It's just destroyed the algorithm over here for videos. So, but that's okay. So, yeah. Yeah. Nick probably could have hit 1 million subscribers if he wouldn't have had his fallout. At least 500,000. Didn't help that YouTube was doing all their bullshit back then too. So, but wild stuff. Wild stuff. Anyway, let's talk about Doctor Who. Let's talk about Doctor Who. Boys and girls, let's do that, huh? Oh, Lord be with me. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, it's Jesse with the Common Nerd, bringing you pop culture and all things ready through a common sense lens. And Doctor Who has been through, let's say, a rough half a decade, 5, 6, 7 years in some people's argument out there, boys and girls. Needless to say, things aren't exactly going all that great in the Doctor Who world over there at BBC. We know the show is essentially on indefinite hiatus right now, that there's just nothing more planned. We don't have a new Doctor announced. We don't have a new showrunner announced. Ncuti Gatwa has gone off and done a bunch of other stuff right now. And we're, of course, left with this really weird ending with, of course, Billie Piper being revealed as not the Doctor at the end of the series, which we all know now was essentially a Hail Mary kind of pass from our dear sweet Russell T Davies in a desperate attempt to kind of drum up any interest whatsoever in the show that he had absolutely, completely, and totally decimated, far worse than what we ever thought the Jodie Whittaker era would have done. But at the end of the day, that was all Chris Chibnall's fault too. So, but it's one of those things where a lot of people are wondering what's going to go on, right? What is the next step? And I honestly do think that at some point, in some back end of the mind out there, Russell T Davies knew that his plans for Doctor Who were not going to be so well received. Let's just say that. And the whole meta crisis, the whole kind of split regeneration Doctor thing was going to be nothing more than an out for him. And then, of course, you had Billie Piper come back and be revitalized as whatever she was that Ncuti Gatwa turned into. And it had a lot of fans kind of wondering what exactly is the plan. Well, obviously, David Tennant and Billie Piper what launched the modern Who era and really kind of made it a global brand out there. And well, boys and girls, people have been asking questions. Billie Piper was a little more curt with kind of some of the responses to her questions, but David Tennant, who some reports had said he was done with Doctor Who, apparently is more than willingly open to come back in. Maybe he's got some bills to pay. Maybe he doesn't like what the Doctor Who modern era legacy has done to his character and, of course, the entire series overall as a whole. But needless to say, boys and girls, this is Doctor Who is essentially what got me to turn on a camera and start making videos because of how much of a disastrous dumpster fire the show had been turned into. And I went looking for people that also were not crazy and thought that Doctor Who under the Chris Chibnall era had turned into an absolute disastrous dumpster fire. And now, most likely, in a desperate attempt to have Stella get her groove back, David Tennant is totally willing to throw BBC a ball and go, hey, come on back. And of course, With Rose Tyler in hiatus, as the dear sweet Billie Piper herself has said, boys and girls, I'd imagine this might be the best hope BBC has for any hope of getting Stella with their groove back. And of course, we've also got another article from the Radio Times talking about a Hollywood production company that would absolutely love to be involved with all that kind of stuff, and they'd hope to have some discussion soon. So we've got a lot of interesting information going on with Doctor Who out there, boys and girls. We're going to check it all out, let you know what is going on as of right now. But as we all know, everything's in hiatus, and that is because of the disastrous dumpster fire that the ratings that came under the Russell T Davies era. And guess what? Whether you liked it, loved it, or hated all the diversity, inclusion, and equity nonsense, at the end of the day, the damage done to Doctor Who, although probably not irreparable, was severely an issue. And now we see where things are at. So we're going to check these articles from CosmicBook.news and, of course, Radio Times, getting all the juicy details of what everybody's saying about Doctor Who right now. But before we do, if you do enjoy our content, hit that like button, share it with all your friends, and subscribe or follow if you have not already, boys and girls, because we are grinding, we are growing, and I could not do that without every single one of you. Also, leave us a comment in the section down below there. What do you think about all this? Would you accept David Tennant coming back with the kind of little meta crisis regeneration split that Russell T Davies clearly gave himself as an out during that 60th anniversary anthology special? Do you think Billie Piper would be enough? Those two combos would be enough to get fans back in and actually get audiences excited again, much like the bait and switch that Russell T Davies pulled during the 60th anniversary? Or do you think this is all completely and totally done and there's no way to truly revitalize this series without completely and totally erasing all of the abomination that Chris Chibnall did? Let us know what you wrote in the comment section down below. Of course, you can support the channel because, as always, I am your humble working poor content creator. Please check out the links in the description down below. All right, boys and girls, from CosmicBook.news and our dear sweet Will Harrigan. David Tennant isn't done with the 14th Doctor, and he's not pretending otherwise. In the same Doctor Who magazine interview where he floated the idea of a tender bid built around a particular performer, Tennant said he's open to playing 14 again, with more of the interview surfaced via the David Tennant Facebook page. The timing is loud, as the comments land while Dean Delvin's Electric Entertainment has a bid reportedly built around bringing Tennant back, i.e. the Radio Times article that we've got right over here, boys and girls, and that's what they're talking about with all of this. One company that has already confirmed it will be entering the process, with the company's CEO Tom Fussell telling Deadline, "We've been the producer for 60 years and we want to be the producer for another 60 years. So we'll be going for that tender with gusto. We're in it to win it." While the BBC's new director general said of the last series last month, that's a show that has regenerated multiple times in its 60-year plus history and will do so again. I think that's one of the greatest things about the 100-year history of BBC. So this is one of them situations where they're talking about it as well. Obviously, we know that a lot of this is in. It has been reported that Delvin hoped to reinstate David Tennant as the Doctor after he played the 10th and 14th incarnations. But given that no talks have yet taken place, this appears to be speculation. Electric Entertainment has previously been behind series including The Lavar's Ark and The Librarians, which honestly, I enjoyed The Librarians for the first season, kind of went off the rails towards things later, but I really did enjoy it. As well as films such as Bad Samaritan, which also starred David Tennant. So obviously they've got a relationship with him. And to follow that right up, David Tennant is all about it. He's totally down for it. He says, "I'm opening to anything that's suggested. To be honest, it's a fun dip a toe back in these worlds." He was even surprised to learn that 14 had been kept out of the spin-off media. "It's interesting. I didn't know that there was a sort of embargo on any other worlds for that particular strain of the character." And that's one of them situations where that's what everybody kind of expected this to go, right? You've got him on Earth. You've got him with Donna, right? You know these other... So he's still there, right? You've also got two TARDISes as well. We all thought that's exactly what you were going to do. And I think the problem was there just wasn't enough money to go around. And BBC and Disney had already committed to Russell T Davies' idea. Now, Disney had already greenlight a spin-off thing that was based around UNIT. So obviously there were some plans to expand and spin off of all of that stuff, right? Of course, until the Doctor Who fans, all the Whovians out there, actually watched Russell T Davies' stuff with Ncuti Gatwa. And yeah, the ratings tell the entire story for that one, boys and girls. Worst ratings in the 60-year history of Doctor Who. So yeah, if anything's going to sell an idea to the BBC, this is going to be it, boys and girls. He offered a reminder how these things can escalate. His 60th anniversary return started as loose talks of a one standalone story that went quiet until Russell T Davies called 6 months later asking him to come back and be part of the ongoing story instead. Except he wasn't brought back for the ongoing story. He was brought back for a 3-episode series, right, to only lead into Ncuti Gatwa coming out and him and Donna hanging out on Earth with her not daughter. Thanks to By Generation, 14 retired to Earth with Donna's family alive with his TARDIS of his own. It's hard to imagine that that's where it would end, isn't it? He said before adding what the magazine described as a broad grin. Oh, so he's totally ready to come back. I don't think it would be there. Does David Tennant know something that we don't? Well, we do know the BBC is desperate to make Doctor Who one of their only significant global brands actually back into a success again. The only question is, can we at least erase all of what Chibnall did? Probably not, but David Tennant and Rose Tyler coming back would definitely make a lot of fans happy. And then, of course, they can fuse back together and reincarnate to your next Doctor. Only problem is we still have all of the nonsense that wouldn't happen with the Timeless Child over with Chris Chibnall, which we're never going to forgive, boys and girls. It's hard to imagine that's where it ended, wouldn't it? And yet that does seem to be where it's ended. So I guess he's just enjoying Bonnie Langford's tray bakes. Who wouldn't? Ha 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 ha. A living doctor on the Earth with his own TARDIS played the most popular star of the modern era who is open to anything that's suggested. Whoever wins the tender inherits that option for free because obviously Tennant is all about it. And one of the guys putting their bid in it wants him back. But what about Billie Piper? She responded to the Doctor. No, she's not the Doctor. She now has confirmed this, what we all told you as soon as we saw the credits roll on that episode. Appearing at the For Love Fantasy Convention in London over the weekend, Piper told fans she is not the next Doctor, describing herself instead as Rose Tyler in hiatus, with the comments surfaced via the Tennant Facebook page. It's the closest anyone has come to addressing the cliffhanger left by the BBC left dangling when Ncuti Gatwa's final end with the regeneration into Piper, who was never confirmed as the 16th Doctor. She says, I am not the next Doctor. I am Rose Tyler in hiatus. Sorry that that's a really cryptic answer, but I'm not currently filming Doctor Who as the Doctor. I can't lie and say otherwise. I'm sweating. I hate this. She's literally in the same situation as the fans, and I can understand if she gets tired by asking these questions. We haven't seen the video. I don't know exactly how she responded, so I'm not going to say she responded in a nasty way at this at all. But if she is sweating, if she does hate this, of course, because she's going to these fan conventions. And because Doctor Who is in hiatus, they left it on a massive cliffhanger with just Rose Tyler Billie Piper being introduced, but not as the Doctor. Then you've got David Tennant hanging out there on Earth. And if anything's going to get the Doctor Tennant off of Earth and back to space in all of time, it's going to be an incarnation of Rose Tyler, boys and girls. This stuff literally just writes itself. The worst part is BBC is just so stupid and can't get out of their own damn way, boys and girls. But like she said, she's not currently filming Doctor Who because it's doing a lot of work. She's not currently filming Doctor Who. And she calls Rose Tyler in hiatus, not retired. For someone shutting the door, she sounds an awful lot like someone holding it open. I'm sweating. I hate this. All of it she's answering is a question she's not allowed to answer. Piper also asked the fans for patience. I think you've all got to be very patient because it'll be worth it when it comes. She acknowledged the series has had a bit of a rough time lately, right? Totally honest and open about that. I think everyone just needs to chill out and wait for what comes from having space and time. And that's a striking amount of confidence with a show that has no showrunner, a producer, and a tender that hasn't even opened. One, Mark Gatiss predicts will quietly go nowhere. A guy that has been deeply embedded in BBC for years, been deeply involved in Doctor Who, was deeply involved in the Sherlock show. All of that kind of stuff that comes out. Worth it when it comes as a promise. Somebody should tell the BBC exactly what she's saying. And at the end of the day, this is what we've got right now, right? It sounds like she might know there's something currently working in the background. She says that I'm not currently filming, but that's really all I can say. I can't tell you anymore. And it's one of them situations where this doesn't mean that contracts have been signed. This doesn't mean there's any kind of actual plan solidified right now to bring David Tennant and Billie Piper back. But it sounds like people are in talks. Sounds like some people are probably sending some text messages, maybe having some lunches together. Right? Because we've already got one company out there flat out saying that Tenet is exactly how they're going to fix this. That is their plan to give Stella back her groove, is to bring David Tennant back. And since you've got Rose Tyler in a hiatus right now, it just makes sense. Now, as to whether or not the BBC can actually do something that makes sense, well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been watching what's happened to Doctor Who over the last few years. So I don't think we can really expect much sense out of the BBC. But just like any other person out there who's desperate, who's in need of having an actual win, and who will do anything to try to rebuild the reputation that they themselves have completely and totally damaged and destroyed, desperate times sometimes do call for desperate measures. And I had always believed that Tenet was going to be an out for the abomination that Russell T Davies had done to the show. Whether or not that was his plan, whether it was God putting something inside of his head to make sure that they did have an out for what was going to come down the pipeline, I have no idea. But this is their only card left on the table. You can either wait a few years and try to do something completely new with brand new people involved, or you can pull your Hail Mary once again and try to bring Tenet and Rose Tyler back. Whether or not it succeed or fail, I have no idea. It's all going to depend on the writing, because the writing for what we saw with the 60th anniversary special with Tenet was abysmal. It was disgusting and it was disturbing and completely and totally tore you out of what otherwise might have been a good story in that second episode. But you couldn't have that, could you? RTD had to do all of his nonsense, and now you're broke, BBC. Doctor Who is devastated, destroyed, and in a very bad space. This might be your only out. The only real question is, are you going to willingly let Doctor Who fans do what they need to do to fix this show? Or are you going to continue to push your agenda, force it down their throats, cause them to either walk away or whatever abomination they create turn into another disastrous dumpster fire? The ball is all in your court, BBC. The fans are waiting for an answer and hopefully waiting for a correction of past mistakes. The only option is, though, you'd actually have to put your ego and your pride aside. And I don't know if there's anybody left inside the BBC that can do that. But at the end of the day, boys and girls, no matter how all of this ends up, the fans will decide what succeeds and what fails. And the fans have decided, as of right now, Doctor Who is on indefinite hiatus. Whee! Max Force over on the Pilled side of the house, which if you haven't already followed Mac over on Pilled and Rumble, definitely go check him out, boys and girls. Has donated a cookie for 100 gold pills. Thank you, Mac. Appreciate you, brother. Good to see you, buddy. Glad you made it in. Glad you made it in, my friend. Hope you're having a good Tuesday, brother. Hopefully you're having a good Tuesday. Oh, man. We got to get together and chit chat sometime. Mac and I need to have Mac on as a guest for something. That would be fun too. Him and Sunker oh man, Sunker and him would be interesting together. That would be funny. Now you're good, JR24. Take care of your business, brother. Take care of your business. Keely Chow jumping in over on the YouTube side. Says, hey, everybody, good afternoon from Huntsville, Alabama. Good afternoon, Keely. Glad you made it in, buddy. Doctor Who is deader than the New York Mets this year. That's probably true, and I don't keep up with baseball. Hopefully my stepfather will be coming home today. I hope so too, JR24. I know we were praying about that, so I appreciate that. Thank you again, Mac. I really appreciate that cookie, dude. Now I'm hungry. Now I got the munchies. It's great. I love it. I'm alive. You are with me now. Hey, there you go. Nice. That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome, Mac. That's cool. Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're only going to go until 3 o'clock because I got to go get Bubbles from the bus stop after that. I wanted to try to get, I think we're going to get one more video banged out, though. Get one more video up. Oh. Tim Hayes, I see you over on Rumble. Good to see you, buddy. Tim also became a member, also got a subscription over on Pilled as well. He's all over the place. I love it. Spartacus says, well, what things hasn't David Tennant been in? That's true, too. Bye, generation. It's so true. Hey, thank you, Aluminum Drops. Illuna Moon Drops. Oh, thank you, Illuna Moon Drops. Just followed you. Thanks to Max Force. Thank you, Mac. Appreciate that. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Yeah, I love it. I love to see Pilled growing. I love you guys over there. You guys are awesome. I stream all my stuff to Pilled, and you guys get all my videos, and you guys get all my shorts, and you get them earlier than everybody else because Pilled doesn't have a scheduling thing yet. So enjoy that. Sorry if I auto dump on you guys, but there's a bunch of stuff over there. Just search through what you want. Oh man, Eric D. Reed, good to see you, buddy. I don't trust Disney or Disney. I don't blame you. I don't blame you either. I don't trust the BBC either. Oh, I love it. Spartacus could also show that RTD didn't know what to do with 14. Was just using it to get Whovians to come in and watch. That's also a very good possibility, too. That was also a very good possibility. Is it true? Oh, Spartacus. Funny thing, RTD gave everyone an out in his 60th anniversary special. In the giggle, the toy maker admitted that he messes with Doctor's history. Use that, get out of the timeless child. Use it to get away from Gotwa, correct mistakes, and recover. 100%. 100%. Absolutely. Absolutely, Spartacus. Absolutely, buddy. So yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. That's what I'm saying. It's so easy to do. It's right there. It's right there. They did it right before you. You could totally do that. No. And you know what? I hope they go back as far as doing that. I really do. I hope they do. I would love that. Because that'll get me back. Because Doctor Who was the reason, not everybody's been around here for too long, but Doctor Who, and I said this in the video, Doctor Who is the reason why I turned this on. Doctor Who was a family event in my house for years. All right. I would buy the new season on Amazon. I got it. I got caught up through Tenet. I was there for the Matt Smith stuff, and I'd just buy the new season on Amazon as soon as the first episode dropped. And every Sunday, because it would come out Saturday nights on BBC, Sunday morning it would be on my Amazon account, and my son and I would get up on Sunday mornings and we would watch the new episode every time it came on. CW used to be like that too. The Arrowverse was like that. It was an event for me and my son for all those years until they fucked it all up. That's what gets me so pissed off about Doctor Who. They literally ruined a family event because of how bad that show got. So, Captain Have Fun says it's sad. I miss good Doctor Who. I always thought there should be a series of Doc Brown adventures with different young people from different eras. Hey, that's Doctor Who. That's why he's in such a rush at the beginning of Back to the Future too. There you go. Doc could have had 20 years of adventures between dropping Marty off and coming back to 85 to get him for Back to the Future 2, just like Doctor Who audios. There you go. It's the adventure we didn't see. There you go. There you go. That would have been really cool. That would have been really cool. Even as just like an audio drama and stuff, those would be cool. That would be cool. Jared versus, I think it's both crazy and aggravating with how certain women are supporting that woman. Oh, I know. That stuff is nuts, man. That just shows you that there are demons that walk among us, boys and girls. There are demons that walk among us, and sometimes they look just like your friends and family. And sometimes they look just like your friends and family. Oh. I wouldn't be against the idea of a Time Lords getting regeneration from the Timeless Child. Make it someone else. Yeah, someone the Doctor needs to protect. Someone the Doctor needs to get safe. Just don't make it the Doctor. Yeah. Yeah. But that way, right? But that wasn't the point. Right? That wasn't the point of the story. The point of the story was to fundamentally damage and change the Doctor's origin. Chibnall told us that. Chibnall told us that's what he was going to do before he even started the show. So, yeah. Chibnall told us he was going to do that before he even started the show. So, well, there you go. I guess we'll have to raid Mac after we get our next video done. If Mac's going to be going for a while, that'll be great. All right. So what are we going to do? Batman canceled, I guess, next. I just really had to do that Doctor Who one. The X-Men stuff can wait. National Treasure. Sydney Sweeney suits up as a Wonder Woman. That does look like it's still the same guy she was with before. Yeah. Camp 26. There you go. Nice. Oh, look at that. She even did it. She even did that in the Wonder Woman costume. Nice. It's got the same haircut as the guy she was with before. They might not just not be engaged anymore. Didn't say anything about them breaking up. I can't tell if that's the same dude or not. Hell, I don't know. There you go, though. There you go. I just want to show that off for you guys. So there you go. Wonder Woman outfit. Yowza. Eric says yes. Okay. Appreciate it. Yeah, I saw the one that the man broke off his engagement with his fiance because she supported the Strangler. Yeah, I did. I see that too. I saw that one going around too. So, yeah. That is true. Yeah, it's definitely Western women. Yeah, it's the spirit of the age inside the Western world that's done that. So, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. All right. I got to cut another video. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Batman or X-Men? Let's do the Batman one. Yeah, let's just do the Batman one. Where's that at? Batman, where's that? What did I do with the Batman one? There it is. James Gunn now denies the film is on hold, saying it doesn't sound like something any machete would say, and that the director was out of the loop and only insinuated the claim. So they're not even saying he didn't say it. Oh, well, now he's trying to cover both sides. I have no idea if this is true or false. I'm assuming it's definitely false, but I did hear from Machete that all works on The Brave and the Bold is on hold until after the merger is settled, which makes sense. Poorly on parody. So the Nightwing casting is nothing. That from Chaos Crave. The other half of the post is the story, and it cleared 50,000 views within a few hours. Marks is a verified filmmaker and film commentator, not a trade reporter. He did not say when or where he heard it. A reply asking exactly what had gone unanswered of the writing. Machete has not said it publicly. File it as a rumor. It's also a rumor that matches everything else on the board. That's the problem. Yep, merger cast, why Batman's not been cast, any of that kind of stuff. $110 million Warner Brothers deal has been on hold since California. Which did not happen. Show Machete's script when it was ready to see if it's a great fit for the film. He has gone back to Welcome to Derry Season 2. Marcus heard right, but Shooty is still close enough for the project to know its status. He's just not doing anything on it. Yeah, he's gone back to Derry Season 2, just got greenlit. That's fascinating. Well, that works. Oh, it's because socialism ripped away the Western matriarchy for these women. Oh, yeah, I remember you were talking about that earlier. Told them they can only be successful if they act like men, and told them that children are a burden that them and then pump them full of drugs. Yep. Yes, you can stream with stream to StreamYard. You can use Rumble to stream on StreamYards, and they will even and StreamYards even pulls in the chat from Rumble now. That's something they do now too. So yeah, absolutely you can absolutely stream to Rumble. Rumble's the best play. Rumble does a lot of good things with streaming. So yeah. Oh yeah, Tyler Hoechlin got one of the best costumes in live action. Yeah, I still haven't watched that one all the way. I still need to go back and watch that one. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, let's do this one. And then that'll be the end of it. we'll wrap it up there. We got to do like 5 hours of premium time with you guys later this week. Oh, we got to do that before the end of the month, because the end of the month is coming next week. First is next week, boys and girls. So, yeah. I love it. I love it. Oh, why is our virtual camera on? That's weird. All right. I accidentally hit a button. Let's do this, boys and girls. Lord, bear with me. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, it's Jesse with Common Nerd, bringing you pop culture and all things already through a common sense lens. And the Batman is canceled, is the headline that's been going around for a lot of people, boys and girls. It's been going viral all over the place out there. And of course, it's not Batman that you all think of. It's probably not the Matt Reeves Batman. No, it is the Andy Muschietti Batman, Brave and the Bold. And this might come as a shock to some people out there, because there'd actually been some rumors going around that the casting for Nightwing had actually been done, because we knew from the initial reports that Batman, the Brave and the Bold was going to be kind of a more Damian Wayne was going to be our current Robin. Nightwing was going to exist. We were going to have a Batman involved and all that kind of stuff. But it's been pretty much radio silence from DC officials since that was officially announced. And since everything is going on with Paramount right now and the Warner Brothers Discovery buyout and all of that being on hiatus right now, it's kind of weird for this rumor to come out right now, but honestly, it ends up making complete and total sense, because the rumor that is going on around right now is saying that everything with Batman, the Brave and the Bold is on indefinite hiatus. Now, James Gunn has responded to this rumor, but also at the end of the day, boys and girls, it would not be the first time that James Gunn had said something that had come out of his mouth that this simply was a check that his butt could not cover, boys and girls. So obviously take what James says with a giant grain of salt. But as of right now, the rumor says, Muschietti reportedly says, the Brave and Bold is on hold until the Paramount merger is settled. Now, we've got some juicy details as to why that actually makes sense and why it would not surprise anybody that he absolutely did say this, despite James Gunn's denials out there, ladies and gentlemen, because when we lay out the rest of this timeline for you and everything else we know going on with Paramount and the Warner Brothers Discovery buyout, it's one of them situations where this rumor absolutely makes sense. And for anybody out there hoping that the Brave and the Bold would be something awesome and exciting that might we get to see soon, well, it turns out it might still happen, but it is definitely most likely on indefinite hiatus, much like every other project out there. If we do see Nightwing out there, if that rumor does end up being true, boys and girls, it'll be nothing more than a cameo appearance inside of Superman. And the reason for that, we'll get into in a little bit as well. But before we do, if you do enjoy our content, hit that like button, share with all your friends, and subscribe or follow if you have not already, boys and girls, because we are grinding, we are growing, and I could not do that without every single one of you. Also, there's a comment in the section down below. Were you excited for Andy Muschietti's Batman, Brave and the Bold? Does it make you sad to hear that it's most likely on indefinite hiatus? Do you think this is going to end up being good, or do you think this will end up being, you think this would have ended up being way too much gun influence and end up being another disastrous dumpster fire? Let us know what you think in the comment section down below. If you'd like to support the channel, please check out the links in the description down below, because as always, boys and girls, I am just your working poor content creator. Alrighty, so let's get into this main part first. Well, with Joe, because James Gunn didn't really say all that much. James Gunn now denies the film is on hold, saying it doesn't sound like something Andy Muschietti would say, and that the director was out of the loop and only insinuated the claim. Well, which is it, James Gunn? Did he not say it, or is he out of the loop and only insinuated the claim? Exactly which is it, Bubba? Because you can't have both. And hey, James, you should have Andy Muschietti's number, right? Like, there should be a guy you can text message or email to go, hey, did you actually say this? But of course, his later comment probably deems that he did, and Muschietti did say that, and oops, sorry it got out, boss, because God knows it's not like Warner Brothers Discovery and DC overall hasn't leaked like a sieve for a literal decades at this point. I mean, come on. We knew about Henry Cavill being in Black Adam months, if not almost a year before that cameo actually ended up happening, boys and girls. And so, yeah, which cameos, much like Dwayne Johnson, is in the same position that Gunn's in. That's all he can do. So keep an eye out for Nightwing and possibly Batman in Superman. So the DCU's Batman is not waiting on a script, a star, or James Gunn. It is waiting on David Ellison, and all of this makes sense. That's the takeaway from a Sunday post by Dan Marcus, a writer, columnist, and filmmaker who hosts the Film Frontier. So obviously, this is a guy who knows a few folks. Marcus says Andy Muschietti told him that all work on The Brave and the Bold is on hold until after the merger is settled, which makes sense, right? It all makes sense. And it came out sideways. A parody account, Chaos Crave, posted a fake casting scoop Sunday claiming actor Michael Johnson is in negotiations to play Dick Grayson/Nightwing in Andy Muschietti's Batman, The Brave and the Bold. And see, that's one of the things that you always got to watch out for. Now, Chaos Crave, that's what I thought that was. But you know what I mean? And that's what they do. They go out there and intentionally troll. There's a lot of fake accounts out there, boys and girls, that do a lot of this kind of stuff. So it would not be the first time we had seen something like this happen. The nice part is, though, this trolling account, this trolling comment might have actually led to some truth, because clearly this guy couldn't tell the difference either. Marcus quoted the post and said, "I have no idea if this is true or false. I'm assuming it's definitely false. And considering the fact that it's from Chaos Crave, you can absolutely take that to the bank. But I did hear from Muschietti that all work on The Brave and the Bold is on hold until after the merger is settled." Now, James Gunn denies this. We talked about that right up from the get-go, right at the beginning. But at the end of the day, we've seen James Gunn talk out of both sides of his mouth several times in the past, boys and girls. So, like I said, you got to take both of these with a bit of a grain of salt. But I would lead more credence to this one and it being on hold to make a lot more sense. Why? Well, beyond how well the post did out there and how far of it reached, Marcus is a verified filmmaker. File it as a rumor, but it's a rumor that matches everything else on board. On August 6th, Cosmic Book laid out why Gunn's DCU Batman still isn't cast, because they can't sign any long-term contracts until the merger is done. The answer is in the merger agreement. Per the Hollywood Reporter itself, the deal restricts new agreements involving key property IP. Warner Brothers can keep making deals, but they can only run 2 years past the merger's closing date. But even then, they still require approval from Ellison to even do that. Anything longer gives Paramount first crack at negotiating, and the bigger deal needs Paramount's sign-off once they cross a certain dollar thresholds. In other words, Ellison already holds veto power over DC's long-term future, and any Batman movie that is not already currently in production, which we know Batman the Brave and the Bold is not, would have to get approval from Ellison, which means it's on indefinite hiatus until that approval comes. A Batman movie is nothing but long paper, a director deal, multi-picture star contract, sequel options, and a Justice League down the line. None of that is inside 2 years of a closing date that does not exist yet. This is why Alan Richardson walked away from the Cowl, taking another DC character. This is why Gunn keeps reporting that no Batman is cast. This is why Man of Tomorrow is filling up with cameo contracts, and HBO Max is handing out a single season orders that the contract allows. Marcus's version, attributed to Muschietti, is the same conclusion said out loud. So whether or not he actually heard it from Muschietti or he's just making this up because it makes sense, which with a guy that's got his kind of pedigree and background, I can't imagine him making something up, right? And claiming Muschietti said something when he really didn't, simply based on the fact that if you do that, most people aren't going to talk to you again. So he would burn any bridge that he does have with Muschietti if what he's saying is a lie. I don't think that's the case, boys and girls. The $110 billion Paramount, we've been over this all a lot, is currently on hiatus right now. It's all because of the California Attorney General out there suing, led a bunch of other Attorney Generals to sue them out there. They were supposed to have a meeting on Monday. The Attorney General canceled the meeting with Paramount, so none of that has been worked out. It's all still, as of right now, heading for a trial date of March 2nd in 2027 in Oakland, California, of all places. You know what's funny, too? Because the governor of California doesn't like this. His Attorney General is going completely and totally crazy crazy, and I don't know who's pulling the strings of the California Attorney General and what promises he's gotten to pull this stuff, to cause this nonsense to go on. But at the end of the day, there's only two options that are going to happen with this company, right? And if your actual interest is to keep jobs, then you have to let this merger go through. Because if you don't, and Warner Brothers Discovery goes bankrupt, which it will, hundreds of thousands, if not absolutely tens of thousands of more people will lose their jobs than any possible merger could actually cause to happen. But hey, it doesn't matter, because David Ellison's an evil Trump supporter and we can't have him controlling CNN and Warner Brothers Discovery. That would be insane. So yeah, that's essentially what's going on with all of that, boys and girls. So that's where all this lines up. And on top of all of this, in January, The Hollywood Reporter, he remains that Muschietti is on board with his involvement depending on timing and availability. In March, him and producer Barbara Muschietti, I'm assuming his wife, were still fielding fan casting questions from Cinema Blend as the film's filmmakers, with Barbara noting the one thing we get to do is pick our cast. Since then, he has gone back to It. Welcome to Derry Season 2. Well, if a Batman movie's still moving along properly, wouldn't it be a little too busy to do Derry Season 2? If Marcus heard right, Muschietti is still close enough to the project to know its status. He's just not doing anything on it. Gunwild let's keep saying the script isn't finished and no Batman is cast, which means guess what? They can't have anything happen. It's on indefinite hiatus without him saying that. So he doesn't want to cloud the bat spear with Matt Reeves. Yeah, right. So here's the sequence. The merger settles, Paramount takes control, and then somebody decides who makes the DCU's Batman. Per our reporting, that somebody is not Gunn. And that somebody, we are told, is Matt Reeves and Zack Snyder. Now, whether or not Snyder actually wants to stick around over there at DC or if he just wants to do his Batman The Dark Knight a combo of movies and then leave, we don't know. But from everything we've heard, which is from Cosmic Book News' reliable sources that we have talked, we have a literal year, we have years worth of verified rumors and reports that have all come true over and over again. That's who is saying this right now. So whether you like Snyder or not, whether you like Matt Reeves or not, whether you like, the guys that are that Pam Abdy and Tom DeLuca, who were kind of quasi in charge of DC before James Gunn took over, that's the way things are. Batman is not canceled, but it is definitely on indefinite hiatus. And it's not coming around anytime soon. Why? Well, it's pretty simple, boys and girls. Warner Brothers Discovery, based on what they did, their past executives did with the Snyderverse, and what James Gunn has now done with his version of DC as well, has led to nothing more than a disastrous dumpster fire. The company lost trillions of dollars, spending money on movies and television shows that nobody wanted. CNN lost all of its ratings, right? Completely and totally collapsed. So they have nothing worthwhile anymore. Right? Superman, you could argue, didn't make a profit. You could also argue that it did, but undeniably, Supergirl was a flop. Peacemaker lost viewers as it went on. Creature Commandos never charted on the Nielsen charts, and we'll see if Green Lanterns actually charts on the Nielsen ratings or not, or if its numbers just continue to decline, much like we saw with Peacemaker. At the end of the day, this all makes sense. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, it might just be a rumor, but I think you can all take that to the bank that Batman, the brave and the bold at least, is on indefinite hiatus until after the merger is done. James Gunn can talk all of the crap he wants, but at the end of the day, boys and girls, we are seeing all of this happen in real time. So James Gunn can spout all of the nonsense he wants. We see things laid out exactly as they are. And we're not stupid. It's not exactly hard to connect the dots with everything going on. And everything going on is not brave and the bold, boys and girls. Andy Muschietti was honest. Everything's on indefinite hiatus and a hold because guess what? Fans have decided that James Gunn's DC ain't really all worth all that much. And California's AG has completely and totally screwed the pooch. So you have nobody to blame but that attorney general out in California and everybody else involved in stopping this happen if you actually wanted to see this come to fruition. And honestly, I was cautiously optimistic. But now it's on hold, and we may never end up seeing Andy Muschietti's version of Batman Brave and the Bold. And who knows, boys and girls, it's probably for the best. But as of right now, Batman is basically canceled. Oh, thank you, American Angle. I appreciate that. I have to jump. We'll see you when I can. Thanks. Appreciate that, American Angle. Appreciate that. I appreciate that, buddy. Oh. Hey, there you go. Yeah, handy news is good, folks. Handy news is great, folks. Slay every game. Thank you for the raid over on the Rumble side of the house. Appreciate that, buddy. Psycho Magus, good to see you. Slay every game. Thank you. Appreciate you guys coming in. Thank you very much. Over on the Rumble side of the house. We appreciate that so much. Oh, there you go. There you go. Yes, make sure you guys follow Slay as well. We appreciate that. Psycho Mega says James Gunn should have never been given the keys to DC characters. I 100% agree with you on that one. And I know you haven't been around for all that long, but you know why he got the job, Psycho Vegas? Because nobody else in Hollywood would take it. Nobody else wanted the job. James Gunn was the only one that was willing to take the job, and was willing to work for cheap, too. So yeah. Captain F says, Dean Cain just text me. He said the figure looks awesome. Sorry, I had to share it. Makes me happy. I watched him as a kid. Nope, me too. Me too, dude. That is so cool. I love that. That's awesome, Captain F. I can't wait for that toy. That's so cool. This is true, Tim Hayes. The Attorney General and Governor of California are definitely dumb cigarette butts. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. They're a bundle of sticks. They absolutely are. Spartacus, the Cali AG caused Spirit Airlines to collapse after preventing JetBlue from buying them out. Yeah. Oh, is the Cali AG that did that too? Fucking stupid, man. He's already caused thousands to lose their jobs. Yep, sure has. Sure has. Psycho Vegas says AG Bonanta's wife is also an evil con. They made oh yeah, they're the ones that made the Stop Nick Shirley bill that passed the Cali Senate and won't know if, and don't know if the governor will sign it. Man, that boy wants to run for higher office. He wants to be president. He can't sign that. I don't think he will. He wants to be president someday. And Gavin Newsom might be a psychopath. I might even suspect him being it wouldn't surprise me if he had a basement full of bodies. That's all I gotta say. Okay. But yeah. Yeah, I don't think he'd sign that. I think that'll be a pocket veto. Oh, he did sign it. Holy shit. Tim A says he did sign it. Holy fuck. What a dumbass. Yeah, the Supreme Court will, of course, find it unconstitutional, but that requires years of litigation and all that other bullshit. And they know that. It's the reason why they do this shit. They will absolutely pass laws that they know will not pass the Supreme Court's ruling. But they'll pass it anyway because that gives you the ability to arrest people, and then people have to fight it out in court. And they have to spend millions of dollars and years of their lives fighting an unconstitutional law. And the governor, just like the president, their actual job for laws is supposed to look at the law and go, is this constitutional or not? Is this within our powers to do? If it's not, then you don't sign the bill. If it is, then you sign the bill. Right? Unless you have a major objection to something. But by definition, the president's only supposed to decide if something's constitutional or not. And if he doesn't agree with it's constitutional, then he can veto it. And then the veto can be overruled by a 2/3 majority. Right? But they figured out lawfare is much more effective. They can sue you into oblivion. They can arrest you, leave you in jail for years. January 6th guys, anybody? Leave you in jail for years. And then it's on you. It's on you to fight it. And then if you're poor, your only hope is that some lawyer with an axe to grind and wanting to make a name for himself is willing to take your case pro bono and do all that shit. And even then, he's still got to have his bills paid, so he's got to have somebody to back it. So, yeah. He won't be able to be president. He's too drugged up. Nah. Oh, I didn't say he'd make it to be president. I said he has dreams of higher office. Yeah, good. Yeah. No, it's Sarah. Oh, Tim Hayes says it won't take years of litigation. We'll see. Yep, they do. Psycho may just need a better crop of judges that will immediately shut stuff like that down. Yeah, we'll see what the governor. We'll see what the lawyer. We'll see what the Let's see what the judges in California have to say because it's got to go to them first. Well, and that's why Obama. I think if I remember reading something like Obama appointed more judges in his time period in his time as president than almost any other president in history, and that's exactly why. That's exactly why. Eric, do you read next Batman archenemy cigarette butt AG? There you go. Oh, 100% they should all lose their jobs for making bills like that. But it's up to the voters to force them out. So. Oh, yeah, that's what I said. We'll see, Tim Hayes. I hope you're right. I really do. I don't have any, I just don't have any faith in that court system for it to not take years. So, yeah. I hope you're right. I hope you are right, Tim Hayes. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, Newsom and Whitmore from Michigan, dangerous combo. Oh, please, for the love of God, have those two run on a ticket together. That would be hilarious. I would love that. The clips alone, God, Handy News would be fascinated for a long time for that one. So, yeah. I mean, it's hardly January 6th. You have a government literally using lawfare to imprison people illegally. So, well, I hope so too, Tim Hayes, but I also hoped LA was going to do something. And your guys' stuff is so institutionalized. Like, your stuff is so institutionalized out in California. They have embedded themselves so deep that they just control all the levers of elections in that state. And I don't know. I don't know, man. I was hoping that was the case with LA. But boy, they had a weird 2 a.m. vote drop. So weird how that worked. Wasn't Whitmore the one that staged her own kidnapping with the FBI? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And guess what? She got reelected. Yep, Obama appointing judges that are tripping everything up. Trump is trying to do blocking his immigration reforms. Yep, blocking the tariffs on trade, making us pay them back, etc. Yep, exactly. Trump was technically in power on January 6th too. So, Shadowhorn says at some point we may have to make an amendment where the Supreme Court needs to look over the laws and Constitution before it reaches the governor and president's desk to stop this crap. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, Whitmer's husband tried to force someone to put their boat out on the lake during lockdown, too. Yep. Yeah. Like I said, she got reelected. Even after all that shit, she still got reelected. So some of these states, I have to wash my hands of you because until these states show me otherwise, I don't have any hope for you. I just don't have any hope for you, sadly. And I hate that because California is a beautiful state. I've been to Minnesota. It's a beautiful state too. St. Paul's gorgeous, but I wouldn't it'd take a lot for me to even step foot in those states. And I sure as hell would never move to any of them. So I don't know. I just don't know. Like I said, I just don't have any help. I'm gulching. I'm washing my hands. I don't have any. I can't keep. I had a little hope with that LA election, and even then it wasn't enough. So it sucks. I hate it. Texas has already started dealing with our Muslim problem. Texans already started dealing with our Muslim problem. A bunch of that shit went viral, and it forced the governor to finally do something. So yeah, no, there's a bunch of that stuff that they've cleared out now. Yeah, but Tim, it ain't my fight. I don't live there. It's not my fight. I can't affect anything that goes on in California. It's not my fight. There's nothing I can do about it. So, yeah. I know, right? Shadow Warden Sevi does live in Minnesota. Rip, 100%. Hell, 100%. All right, Tim. Well, we'll see how the fall goes. Prove me wrong in the fall. Prove me wrong in the fall. Because I got this funny feeling the California election in the fall is going to go the same way every other California election has gone. So, Cass says I'm in Minnesota, but the country had to go to Minneapolis the other day. It was like a whole new world. Disgusting now. It is. It is. Need to finalize how many judges are in the Supreme Court with an amendment. There was talks of that too. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hope Rippaverse isn't a. I hope Rippaverse isn't prophecy, but I mean, California. I just don't know how California is my. I just don't know how California is my problem. I just don't. There's nothing. I mean, there's nothing. It's so institutionalized. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do about it from South Texas. I'm gonna live down here, and I'm gonna make sure that my family and my local area is taken care of. That's all I can do. It's all any of us can really do. Yeah, they renamed it Epic City and progressing with development. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I mean, the Palisades is a prime example, right? That place has all been burned down, and there is no. I'm glad you brought that up, Captain Havon. California is pretty, but I missed the hills and Los Feliz before any of the fires many years ago. So Pacific Palisades shouldn't have been a surprise. That's true. Right, it is. And I will do everything I can to make sure my representatives do not bail out your state when it finally bankrupts itself. And I will tell all of my representatives to not bail it out when California bankrupts itself. Because if it wasn't for federal funding, California would have already been bankrupt. That's the best thing for you. That's the best thing for California is to cut off all the funding and stop covering their bills and just let the damn thing collapse. Because then it'll force the federal government to have to come in and intervene and clear out a lot of the bloat. I don't know what else to do with them. So, because ain't nothing changing in those politics out there. So, yeah. It sucks, but it's the truth. So, yeah, it sucks that it's the United States of America because that means my tax dollars have to continue to pay for California's bullshit. And honestly, I'm kind of fucking sick and tired of that. I'm tired of paying for your abortions. I'm tired of paying for your indoctrinations. Like Sunker talks about, like Sunker's had 2 different complete and total lies that was taught to her in the public education system out there in California. And she believed it full cloth. Until we had some conversations about stuff like that. So exactly, Manilo. Socialism always needs capitalism support. 100%. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The Texas AG poked Pakistani and Bangladesh, did something with Pakistani and Bangladeshi Day. Yeah. That'll be interesting to see, too. The only reason I have any faith in Texas politics is because I know who's currently in charge of the party, right? Which the party will reshape Texas politics. And given I haven't checked on the party in a couple of years, but I know who runs my local party down here. And so it's one of those things. That's the only reason I have any cautious optimism about Texas either. Yeah. Oh yeah. Trust me. If I could have voted for Spencer Pratt, I would have too. It used to be one of the largest economies in the world. I'd be really curious to see what those statistics look like nowadays. I'd be really curious because I'll tell you right now, I guess since Disney and Paramount, which that's not going to be headquartered in California anymore, maybe, but they don't produce shit. I mean, I saw an interview. We gotta wrap it up because I gotta go get Bubbles here in a minute. But I watched a podcast with dear sweet oh god, Ash. I'm having a brain fart right now. But either way, Ash, and Lex Luthor were on a podcast together, and he flat out, he's like, when was the last time you filmed in L.A.? He's like, when was the last time anybody filmed in L.A.? You know, he's like, I couldn't tell you the last time I filmed in L.A. Everybody goes somewhere else. He's like, nobody films in L.A. anymore. You know, so it's not like they're not even producing movies anymore. Silicon Valley, I guess, is keeping it afloat, and Hollywood. But if Hollywood's going to start exiting, I don't know. So, yeah, Sprite Shadow Warden asks, where's the lie again? Yeah. So I don't know. So, and I know, and this is the other thing too. Some people say the USA needs California. Texas doesn't need California. We have our own independent food source. We have our own independent electrical grid. You know, like maybe. Sure, I'd love to see Newsom get out. He's not up for re-election. He's not up for re-election this year. He's not until the presidential election, right, that Newsom's up. So, yeah. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it right now. But I love California. I got a lot of good folks out there. And it's beautiful. I know it's a beautiful state. You know, they got a lot of nice farm property that's available out there. I've seen it on the buy here, play here stuff. But man, it's just one of those things where it's just like, until whoever's in control of all of your guys' elections and all of that kind of stuff get removed, nothing's going to change. Who controls the election controls the outcome. So, yeah. Captain Half Us says, anyone with advice raising children in a bilingual house? I'm listening. Worried my son might not learn English at a normal rate. Most of the kids I know do okay. So, how long will California prosper if everything's leaving? Yeah. It's only a matter of time. So Griffin's talked about it a lot. All you got to do is look at history to see that cultural shifts, the cultural center changes throughout history. So California might have been the cultural center for the Western world for a long time, but there is no guarantee of that in the future. And Joe Dog says, until then, Trump's not going to come out and save us. There you go. What up, Sadix? We're wrapping it up, buddy. I got to go get Bubbles. Good to see you though, my friend. Good to see you, my friend. So, all right, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, if you're on the YouTube side of the house, hold on, let me bring this up here real quick. Go check out, because all of our long format videos are now going to be over on the Common Nerd 2 channel. So our shorts will still be over here. All of our live streams will still be on this channel. But if you haven't already, go subscribe to the Common Nerd 2 over on YouTube. It's not going to change. It's not going to be any different for any of the rest of the platforms. You guys are still going to get all of my stuff and everything else. But for anybody over on the YouTube side that likes to stick over there and watch my videos and stuff like that, that'll be the new channel for all of that kind of stuff. So go subscribe to that. We'll have a video coming out tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning on that channel. And but for everybody else on all the rest of the platforms, ain't nothing going to change for all of y'all out there. So I want to see giant pumping stations in Texas, Florida, Louisiana, et cetera. Pump water from the states like Nevada, California, New Mexico, Arizona, et cetera. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. So, but I appreciate you, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Captain Have Fun, Sadix, Joe Dog Let's Play, Spartacus, Tim Hayes, anybody else out there still lurking and listening, Shadow Warden JR24, Manello over the YouTube side, and thank you, American Eagle, Illuminated Drops, Max Force, anybody else that might be lurking and listening over on the Pilled side of the house. Boys and girls, this is Just with Common Nerd. I bring you pop culture and whole. Thanks for 33 Common Sense Lands. God bless. I love you all. And if nothing else, we'll definitely see you guys Thursday for more Is It Good of Lanterns and hopefully some pirates tonight. God bless. I appreciate y'all. Enjoy. Thanks, guys. Bye. Thanks, Manillo. If you've made it this far, thanks for watching, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you're right. We got to raid somebody. Hold on. Who do we got on Rumble to raid? Who's live on Rumble right now? We do need to raid out. Oh, let's raid to Mac over on Mac's Force, too, because Mac... Is Mac still live? Who's live over on Pilled? Is Mac still live on Pilled? I can't see it. I don't know. Who do we got over here? Lock Rusty's doing cinema, Sniper Animal, Drunk Pinata. Well, fuck it. I'll go raid Drunk Pinata. Why not? All right. Who do we have over on Rumble? It's live right now. Here you guys go. Hey, let's go raid Fused. Let's go raid Fused.
What we're going to be doing, I mean, that means you have Crimson Desert. We have Final Fantasy VI, which I'm excited to do when GTA 6 comes out.
Oh, that's
Final
a lie.
Fantasy
That's a
7 Rebirth
restream.
will be
Never
done.
mind. Never mind. That's a restream. Never mind. That's a restream. Fuck it. Let's raid Tomby. He's playing some video games. Go say hi to Tomby. There you go. Go tell Tomby we said hi. Appreciate you guys. Have a good night. We'll catch you later, guys. All right, back to the credits. Where's our credits? Oh, not that.
Definitely something floating around my head.
If you've made it this far,
One.
thanks for watching, boys and girls.
The
ladies
Common
and
Nerd,
gentlemen. If you
Brother
haven't already,
Jesse,
smash that
can we
like
get
and
her?
subscribe or follow button depending on what platform you're on. And of
Yeah,
course,
funny
a
face.
big shout out to all of our subscribers and members. You are the grease between our gears, keeping this machine running. And I
Jesse!